Greetings and welcome to another GatherVerse Summit. In particular, our GatherVerse AI Evolve Summit 2024. This is our 24th global gathering together, here, now. We're so happy to have all of you that are with us today and the several thousands of you that have come back strong here to GatherVerse at GatherVerse.live. We want to welcome each of you. We'd also like to welcome all of you that are at our different social platforms, whether it's on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and more. GatherVerse comes together at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity, with a distinct focus on accessibility, education, equality, community development, safety, privacy, wellness, and ethics. This has been our way for some time, and this will continue to be our path as we move forward, happily. We are at an unprecedented time in history. But yet, the same could be said all through the ages and dispensations of time itself, perhaps to the Neolithic age, or going into the agrarian times of society, and the settlement of farms, going from steam to electricity, of the revolutions that we've come to know, in particular, the industrial age 1 and 2. Coming so forth into the compute age, or the information age, if you will, down to the applications renaissance, and even forward here as we seemingly become even closer to the artificial intelligence era. It's not that it's different that things have changed. They're always constantly evolving and shifting and moving and going about. But the hyper scale of it all, the acceleration factor at which we're moving, has become dramatically different. Now, we know that some say that this is the end of the world as we know it, and that may yet be the case. However, might we tune to a level of optimism, since we're yet still here and present, of what are the opportunities that we face, along with the obvious challenges, or perhaps not so obvious challenges, but what are the opportunities that we face in this AI era? We at GatherVerse like to take a lighter tune. From time to time, we will talk about the opposition and the different challenges that are met. We've had summits dedicated to this, but we also have summits that are dedicated to the focus and the prospects of prosperity when it comes to emerging technologies and what it means ultimately for the sustainability and for human betterment and planetary gain. We've assembled an incredible amount of speakers that have come to join us at this Global GatherVerse Summit. Not all of our speakers are the upper echelons of technology, if you will. We don't vie for that, because at GatherVerse, we opt for humanity first. That means almost everyone else that's come to subscribe and adopt to these emerging technologies. With GatherVerse, we don't believe and we don't walk in silos and limited scope voices. We operate in a horizontal fashion in which everyone that so has the desire to be able to express and speak on the subject at hand, we welcome you. We build with you. We're so thankful to have all of you that are at your homes, sharing and rebroadcasting in your offices. Truth be told, we don't know how many thousands are with us today, but we know that you're present. We see the traffic. We know that you're here. And more importantly, in our hearts. We take what we do very seriously. We offer it to you freely. Come as you are. Be with us as we prepare for our next panel on the workforce revolution, being that this summit is focused on the workforce and education. In the AI era, we need to know what's happening. May our gather be well. And greetings again. And panelists, I'd ask that you unmute your mics. And we're happy to have everyone that's with us for our first roundtable discussion on the workforce revolution and with AI and human collaboration in action. And why do we call this as such? The reason that we call this as such is because we're really focused on what it is that the workforce looks like today. Now, I know that we have AN and AI discussions for so many other different event platforms in the world, and we've had our own, certainly even earlier this year, on artificial intelligence. But as we know, there's been a constant scale and progress, meaning that yesterday's AI is not the one that we're dealing with today, if you will. And the same could be said for tomorrow. And so, with that said, what I'd like to do is to be able to kick this off and go to each speaker. I want you to briefly and very quickly, as we have a lot of wood to chop, if you will, to be able to tell us who you are and why you're here with us today. We'll begin with Iris. Your mic is muted.
Hi, everyone. My name is Iris, and I'm currently with Amazon. I'm designing the mobile shopping app with AR and AI technologies to basically change the way people shop on the Amazon app. And then my personal focus with AI is how do we, as designers, collaborate with AI to create new kinds of products and experiences for consumers and the public? And then how AI is changing the way we perceive creativity, because creativity has been identified as a way of self-expression, and even some relate to kind of a higher being of ourselves. So with AI in this conjunction, how do we relate to creativity in a new sense? So that has been a question that's in my mind.
Thank you so much, Iris. We greet you. And Nadja, we have you up next.
Thank you so much for this amazing conference, Christopher. Very happy to be with this amazing panel talking on this very important topic. So as for myself, I work in the Web3 space, specifically in the funding space. So I've come across a lot of, decentralized and emerging technologies that are on the periphery of this, including AI. So that is the nature of my work. And then I think in a personal context, humanity throughout the ages has always undergone migrations from, one territory to the next. And I think that is exactly what AI is, above or beyond, what it does to the workforce and how it's transforming the social media landscape, for example. We all see LinkedIn comments as opposed to human comments anymore. But I think above and beyond all of these things, humanity is experiencing something that we never could have envisioned that we could, because if you look at sci-fi picture of AI is very different to what we are seeing today, but it's no less impactful than what we thought sci-fi was going to be. It just takes a very different form. So I'm very happy to be here.
Nadja, we welcome and greet you. Samantha, we're certainly happy to have you with us today as someone that really takes in value consideration of time, and being that we only have such a little bit of time together, even for these 2 days, please introduce yourself.
Yes, thanks, Christopher. My name is Samantha Lane, and my world is time management. So I'm a time management coach, and I teach people how to manage their time to be present in life. And interestingly, a lot of my tactics lean more on traditional tools. And so AI is a really interesting topic for me, because I'm interested to see, with more evolution and more technology, we seem to be getting a little more busy and a little more frazzled. And so I'm very interested in how this is going to emerge in a way that will prevent people from suffering from more burnout, and how do we leverage AI to actually, in fact, help people with work-life balance and burnout prevention.
That's a very interesting statistic to consideration that we were just talking perhaps a year and a half ago, that AI will either give us much more time available on our hands, or we'll be working at 10x to 20x faster. We'll touch on that in a little bit. And Camila, we welcome you.
Yes, thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Camila Sanders, founder and CEO of Greater Than Equal. I do strategy consulting for businesses in the intersection of sustainability, technology, and equity. And really, I'm here to help people to maximize their impact on the world by taking technology and these advanced concepts and making them easily translatable to people and what they're doing in their everyday lives, and helping them make an impact.
Thank you. We welcome you, Camila. Tamara.
Thank you, Christopher, and thank you for inviting me to this gathering. I'm Tamara Lechner, and I wear a couple of hats. The one that is relevant here is I chair the AI for Human Flourishing think tank and working group out of Harvard. My background is in the science of flourishing, which is a fancy way of saying feeling and doing your best work while contributing for the greater good. And I am delighted to have a conversation about how we can, at work and at school and everywhere in our lives, use AI to catalyze our ability to do and be our best.
We're so very happy to have you with us, Tamara. Sarah.
Good day, everybody. I'm Sarah, and I'm the founder of Māori Lab in New Zealand. And what I'm excited about all things tech is the all things human. And I bring an Indigenous lens to the conversation. I do two things. I either work with businesses to ensure that cultural capability is an add value, and I'm working with kids right now, our Indigenous Māori children, to remind them that they're the value that they're going to bring to break, create, smash, build the future technology. So I'm really excited about all things technology and human.
We greet you, Sarah. Elena.
So hello, nice to meet you. Nice to see you again, Chris. I'm Elena. I'm a research fellow with the Sherman Prize and also visiting at SAPS in Brussels. My focus is more on public policy. I'm a public policy professional and blog founder, and I really focus on how the public sector and private sector can come together on new technologies and innovations. And specifically when it comes to AI, it's really interesting to me how it will play out together with other emerging technologies like blockchain, 5G, in the bigger digital world that will be the metaverse.
We greet you. And Diane.
Hello, everybody. My name is Diane Chabasi. I am an AI and technology attorney with a background to helping Fortune 500 companies navigating complex legal landscapes, particularly in the AI space. I also lead Gracemate LLC, where we focus on business transformation and strategic consulting in the intersection of Web3 and AI. I also wear multiple hats as the executive director of Loving Legacy Foundation, where we're passionate about fostering innovation, ethics, and social responsibility in the AI space while mentoring the next generations of leaders. So today I'm very excited to discuss how we can shape the future of AI through human collaboration and creativity. I also wanted to comment on this full female panel speakers with the wonderful Christopher as a moderator today, which gave me additional, boost of energy, and super happy to be here. Thank you.
We're super happy to have all of you with us today, and thank you, panelists, for introducing yourselves and the incredible work that you're doing. I might say that many of you that are coming from around the world, as we expect, and we're certainly happy to have women leadership, even to kick off this GatherVerse Summit. We value this. Panelists, we ask that you keep your remarks very brief as we have a lot to unpack here with such a little bit of time. Nadja, we're coming up to you first. I'll be skipping and jumping around. Some questions will be direct, some may not be. Nadja, the true value and the possible detriment of AI usage in the modern workforce. We know that when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're saying much more than that because it's a hyperscale and it's also a hyper influencer when it comes to other different technologies and how it operates within the ecosystem. What are your brief thoughts on this?
So the way I look at AI is that it augments things. Now, we are used to things being augmented, although the concept, the term augment is perhaps not, as widespread, but we've called it by other names. We know how to take something and to leverage it in order to use something else to create something new. Sure. Now, when it comes to AI right now, if you look at it in the workforce, it has tremendous possibilities to augment us, to augment our productivity, to augment our headspace. If you look at the concept of a second brain, there's not enough headspace in my mind, especially in the modern era, to be able to do the kind of data crunching needed to be, at the forefront of things in my field, in my life. And so there's tremendous possibilities for augmentation in AI in the workforce. But I think the flip side of that, the possible detriment is we are already becoming quite over reliant on it. And then that kind of opens up a whole can of worms about the quality of the data that is being generated. Is it real data from the internet? You know, is it AI generated data that is being regurgitated? So in brief.
And certainly, and we certainly, there's so much you just unpack with that. Geez, I really want to go off on a tangent, but I'll keep in tone for now at the moment with this. And so with Tamara, we talk about flourishing in the workplace. You have an incredible group, AI for Human Flourishing. We talk about growth. What does that look like in this modern era of AI adoption and subscribing to?
Great question. I think in the work that we do with flourishing and AI and that intersection, what we see is a future where AI allows us to offload the mundane tasks or speed up the tasks that humans can't compute quickly enough, which is a huge potential to allow the humans in the loop to practice where they're augmenting and where they're letting it do its thing on its own. And so as far as flourishing goes, if you look at the things that enhance human flourishing, these are things like your relationships, like your sense of meaning and purpose, your sense of accomplishment. We can ensure that all of these things are being measured and monitored and that we're getting gentle nudges in the right direction thanks to AI technologies. The potential detriment that I see is an over-reliance, and that fear keeps us from allowing this potential to come to fruition. So I'm really excited, and the hat I wear says we need ongoing upskilling, which is what you were talking about, in order to ensure that the humans are making the best use of this new and exciting technology.
Indeed, Camila, it seems to me that companies need a little bit of hand-holding in this time. And I say that in earnest because not every single artificial intelligence expert is the same. In fact, when someone tells me that they're in artificial intelligence, I often ask with the follow-up, well, wherein? Because it's so ubiquitous and it's so rather large, and there's so many different functions when it comes to this rather scalable technology. When in your line of work and what you're doing, how is it that you're helping guide companies and corporations towards this Nexus era, if you will? Your microphone, ma'am.
Yeah, so really, you really have to focus on what your mission is, what your vision is, what you're trying to accomplish, and not just throw AI in there. And a lot of times, people also don't understand that you're probably using AI already. And it's really helping people to understand that. I work with a lot of creatives and things like Adobe products, you know, they already have that AI built in. So it's really helping them to understand what artificial intelligence actually is, and then what are the different capabilities, and how can you use artificial intelligence to enhance what you're already doing versus and make things easier and like go to market easier versus replacing what you're doing it and doing it in a very ethical and transparent way where you're not just going to market and not really keeping to your own values and your company values and not being ethical with it, but actually just using it as a tool and as an enhancement of what you're currently doing and being very transparent with that with your audience.
And how do we become transparent when we start to look at what we call art, design, liberal arts, Iris? As I've often said, that you can have art without technology, but you cannot have technology without art. Why is this so important? Because the world that we're interacting with, the companies that we're involving ourselves with, it needs a new refreshment of design, especially one that's ethically conscious and aware that we know and what it is that we're interacting with in this new AI era. Iris, can you give us a bit of a breakdown on why this is so essential?
So can you elaborate on your question a little bit?
So when it comes to design and the focus that you're dealing with, especially with Amazon and your given history, what does this mean in the AI era of work?
What means ethics?
Yeah. Design.
Design. So my personal take after experimenting with all these AI design tools has been, wow, it's really powerful. It looks like all these AI design tools and creativity tools can easily replace junior to mid-level designers, and they're much more productive, much more cost-effective. However, on the other side, I think it's more of a kind of sociology question, if that's the correct term. Like as designers, we kind of have to come to terms with the fact that, wow, now I'm not collaborating with humans, I'm collaborating with AIs. And how do we even see these works come out of the AI's hands instead of our own hands? Although in art history, some famous painters, they do kind of function as a creative director. They kind of draw the draft and they hire some other labor painters to do the actual labor for them. That has existed in art history before and still existing. But I do feel like we have a very hard time kind of dealing with the fact that I'm collaborating AI agent, and this work that's coming out of my hand, quote unquote, is actually done by an AI. And sometimes when we're doing this design work for clients, the clients have a hard time paying the same amount to that AI because it seems like, wow, I'm not paying for the AI designer the same money I'm paying for the designer. So I think it's more of a social value kind of question. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much, Iris. And I'm glad that you worded and phrased it just like that. When we talk about the social value and we start to look at what it is that we face today, not only when it comes to design, but into the process and method, if you will, Samantha, we're coming in hard and with you because as we look at this question, how can companies promote lifelong learning and development in AI-powered workforce? The reason that this is so essential is because companies are moving at a breakneck speed when it comes to AI infrastructure, when it comes to sovereignty, extraction, and development, and identifying their own company culture. But in the process of them developing, while every company, for the very most part, Fortune 50, 500, in the startup community, shout out to the startup community, they're figuring out ways to be able to yield, whether they've been on the scene for decades or whether they've been on the scene for days. How do we take advantage of these models, yet at the same time, with the ethical consideration, the moral consideration, the value consideration? As Iris just pointed out, there's a new relationship to be held when it comes to AI. When we talk about time, how do companies have time to set this new standard and tone for the way that we're moving forward with the idea of valuing their whole entire organizations with it?
Great question. With time, in a lot of ways, we can talk about time the same way we would talk about money. They can spend time or they can invest the time. And a lot of time we don't prioritize time management in the workplace because we see it as a spend often instead of an investment. With the evolution, the very quick evolution of AI, there's a lot of people's heads spinning. We don't know which way to go. We don't know how to address it in our space. But the important thing I think to consider is whether it's now in the on-ramp or whether it's farther into the future, the human capital piece will remain, we hope. We want it to. That's part of the discussion is what is the human capital piece of this? There is this technology, but we as humans, and I believe it was Tamara who said this, we have the opportunity to utilize AI to flourish. And that is how we will elevate everyone. That's how we will create wonderful products and services and how we will create a wonderful life for all of us to live in. Because I think at the end of the day, isn't that part of why we created AI to begin with, is so that we could live better, so that we don't have to vacuum, the robot vacuum can do it for us, right? The early stages of our artificial intelligence and our support of technology. So I guess with all this to say, for companies to succeed in this and to leverage that time and it'll come down to making the decision to prioritize the investment of time. This is an opportunity for organizations to say, we see where this can go. And instead of letting things pass by us because we're not managing our time well now, we are going to invest the time to ensure that the outcomes are exactly what we want them to be. We are going to see this as an opportunity to create the future that we want to live in, the culture that we want to have, the workforce that we want to have. Because one of my biggest fears with AI is that we are now going to create more opportunities to work, and the human brain and body will not do well with that. We require a recharge. You know, we wouldn't use our cell phones 24/7 without charging them. We have to be cautious of doing that to our minds. Sure. And so that is part of what I would encourage people is prioritize that investment of time and view it as such.
Thank you, Samantha. We'll touch back on that. And as we continue to move quickly, panelists, and Lena, I'm bringing you back in here. We're going to segue into somewhat that Iris has talked about and tied it touches on the question at hand, this nature of collaboration. We have a new friend, if you will. And not that we're anthropomorphizing artificial intelligence, we're certainly not, but we do have a new friend and a companion with us in the workplace. To the GatherVerse community, has AI been of value to you with the time that you've spent with it? I'm very curious to know if you're in the YouTube gang or in LinkedIn or elsewhere. Drop some comments in there and share your thoughts. But Elena, when we talk about this relationship with collaboration, I know you know something about that when it comes to humans, when it comes to people. What are your thoughts on this new relationship that we're forming and developing within the company workspace?
Yeah, when I was thinking about this panel, I was thinking about this story that there is like in Greek mythology. There is like Prometheus like bringing fire to humans and getting punished by gods. And I was thinking like AI is sort of similar in a way. Like it's probably one of the most useful things that we will ever have in the upcoming years. Yet we can either create something destructive with it, like an incident, as we can with fire, or we can create, as with fire, like a fireplace, something very constructive. So I think the nature of human and AI collaboration is really about knowing how to use that. If you don't know how to use fire, you are going to get burned. And I think there are a lot of people that are my age or younger that many times maybe struggle to get trained at the workplace. And I think right now that we're in a moment where tools such as AI are being employed in the workplace, it's a really important moment to develop very efficient training schemes, especially for young people, to know how to use these tools correctly to avoid future costs, because time is money in a sense that we need to do things faster, but not too fast, because if we do them too quickly, then maybe we're going to encounter like problems in the future, I think.
Thank you for sharing that. I find that comment very powerful and very complimentary to what Iris has expressed to us. This new generation of designers designing their way on this frontier landscape, and certainly what Samantha is talking about when it comes to how we use this technology and what we use it for. Because it seems that when we adopt, we certainly are giving something back. Perhaps there's something we're leaving behind. And similar to some of the things that Naja and Camila are touching on as well, it being that we want to use the fire correctly, that we would flourish, that Tamara is touching on. Diane, I am coming into you, and then Sarah, we're jumping your way, and then we're going into the next several volley round of questions. Diane, in your work of experience on the legal front, you're dealing with companies, you're working with companies and platforms that are wildly adopting these technologies. Unknown, especially when it comes to regulatory considerations, because there's not so much regulatory establishment that's been developed in these unprecedented times. How do we deal with when it comes to the stability, the safety, the wellness factor that so many people have talked about today? And when it comes to taking the right and important steps, what are you seeing, Diane?
Yeah, that's such a great hot topic these days, especially in the regulatory and legal front. You know, what I advise people is that it has to be a collaboration. You know, when we talking about AI, it's not just technology. It's not just about, you know, how you use it, but it's really bringing your legal friends, your regulatory friend, a diverse group of people together into this movement. This is a societal change for all of us. And a practical advice I often give people, and this is how I practice in my own firms. I've been working in public companies responsible for you know, setting up the AI governance framework for insurance companies and financial services company. Is that the first thing, we are setting up AI ethics board, or however we want to call this organization. It is comprised of representatives from HR to prevent, you know, biases potentially. Representative from legal, compliance, risk management team. Obviously, very important to have the senior leadership sponsor to be in part of this group as well. So this group of people can be large, can be very small, will be acting as advisor for any deployment, any development, any design of the AI work that's being done within the organization, and keep up with relevant movements that's surrounding this area. So this group, that's how we advise and how we work for startups as well. So
Sure.
I think that will help organization of any size to have that stability, to be at the forefront of this movement, and also do it very responsibly.
Thank you for sharing that. And sure, responsible is the way that we're looking forward. And we're also looking and measuring and wanting to understand how companies are actually going to use AI, because I'm under the impression, panel. And Sarah, let's kick in with you, because one, not every AI model that we use in this world is the same. Not every AI platform in the world is the same. It's very different and has very different effects, if you will. Yet we've still, if we relate it to Elena's fire, it still has the potential to be incredibly an incredible companion, and at the same time to be a very bad friend. We obviously want it to be a better friend than not. And then Sarah, you're in New Zealand. You're coming to us from the Oceania space, and I know that when we think about companies, many of us in the West tend to think about companies that are relatable to what it is that we know. But on the other side of the world, AI can have a completely different experience. And I know, Naja, you'll know something about that as well. Sarah, what are your thoughts on this whole conversation we're having?
So many thoughts. What I'm excited about AI is that it is a truly line in the sand for the past and analog biases, and because nobody really truly knows enough, just like you were saying about experts. I'm very wary of AI experts. It's democratizing in that way. It means that I can share with our people. This is the time to get involved and where the value that we're going to bring to the tool, not the other way around. AI is going to be useful to us. It is already useful to us. We've been using it in our spaces environmentally, to getting our children how to put sensors in rivers to check the wellness of a river and gather that data. And we're getting them to, kids are natural creatives and builders, and how can they bring their worldview to this technology? I just also was thinking that in 1891, Oscar Wilde, an author and an author, he wrote about the first industrial revolution. He said, man, because it's back in the day, man competed with machinery, and he was all for the machinery to do all the terrible or the dull, he said, work in society to free us up. He never quite said what we were going to do with that free up. But what I find is the free up that AI gives me is that I don't have to go learn the code, understand the science of it. I just want to jump on in where I am and take what I have and use it for what I want. So AI can never be a bad friend to me if I know what I'm using it for, if I'm making decisions about which tool I'm going to use, what databases, where is the data coming from, if I do my due diligence. I think it's not a silver bullet for me just to be lazy and hope it will, I don't know, do my job better. No, it makes me become more critically thinking, makes me do much more due diligence. I want to see the origin and the provenance of data.
Sure.
So, yeah, I've got lots of thoughts.
Samantha, we're going to jump and segue into you. Naja, we're coming to you, and then others. Samantha, we have this time. At least we think we do. Some of us have more time than we've ever had before because our tasks are being done much quicker. What do we do at this time? How do we know? How do we know how to apply this time as hardworking as we can be in society? What do we do with this? What does this mean for our overall health and wellness?
Yes, you were reading my mind, because I loved what Sarah said. And I think that AI doesn't have to be a bad friend, but like any relationship, we have to be a good friend too. And we have to not just be a friend to the AI and how we create this AI future for ourselves, but we have to have the ownership and the responsibility to be good friends to ourselves. At the risk of sounding a little bit woo-woo in a very technical conversation, at the end of the day, if we are given a 5-hour commute or a 5-hour trip back, let's just call it a 1-hour commute. Our 1-hour commute becomes something we don't have to do anymore because our technology continues to advance and we no longer have to drive ourselves. But then we spend that hour working instead of looking at the scenery or listening to a book or calling a friend, then we're losing those moments of flourish. I love that terminology. So I want to lean on that a lot, is that we are still humans, and therefore as humans, that time needs to be spent developing us as humans. So making sure that we take that time that is a gift right back to us. If you ask anyone on this panel or not, so many people say, oh, I'm so busy, I don't have the time. So what we should be doing with that time then is all those things that we say we're not able to do. That AI is a gift to give us back our most valuable asset, which is in fact our time. But what we choose to do with it is up to us. And that's the part that I think is very important. And that's the part that, in a workforce, in a culture, is your company then leveraging AI and then with it bringing an expectation of more productivity? Or is it saying, okay, you know what, we don't need 50-hour work weeks anymore. We don't need 60-hour work weeks because we have this AI, we have this technology that's going to support us. So now everyone is capped at 40 hours a week. And then you go and you recharge your human batteries, because that's how we're going to better develop the AI, make the better user experience, better do our services. But I'll get off my soapbox. I know we all have a lot to say, but I think the important piece is that we take that time that is gifted back to us and we use it for the betterment of our human capital.
Sure, and this is a very interesting segue, because Nadja, we think about this new frontier landscape, if you will, and we're thinking about how businesses can prevent AI from overshadowing human creativity and intuition, because we know that we become innovators again. Not that we've stopped innovating, but we're using these tools, if you will, these applied sciences to innovate in ways we've never been before. And I know that's certainly the case with all that you're doing with Adlunum and all the different things that you're seeing in there. What does this mean, this new period of innovation, of hyperscaling artificial intelligence with other different technologies that we don't even know that's on the way, but they certainly are arriving? How do companies deal with this amount of new technological infrastructure that's being deployed?
Yeah, so I think very good question. I think when you think about AI, it always depends on the lens that you're looking at it from. So what AI means to one business is very different that it might mean to another business. So you might have a business that incorporates generative AI as part of their strategy, let's say a social media strategy, and then you have another business that's all in on AI, and it has very complex, like it is an LLM, for example, or it is building its own LLM or leveraging LLMs for very complex tasks. So I think the question of the business AI relationship very much depends on what the business needs. Now, what the business needs is not necessarily that they understand AI is an answer. I think there are businesses who very much understand that the problems and the challenges that they are facing, they are coming to the limitations of what we are able to do with it. Let's say if we were to scale it in a human form. But then because of AI, suddenly you are able to address a challenge, you are able to address a problem in a different way that you had never thought to do before because the technology didn't exist. So I think very much if you look at, what AI means to business, there are some businesses who have no idea that it exists. And when they read about it in their personal capacity at home, the Google News feed in the morning, it's all about, oh, I don't know what this AI is going to do. It's going to probably take over the world. And then, of course, on the other hand, you have founders telling us that AI is the future and it's the answer to every single problem that humanity will ever face. So I think there's a very, very broad spectrum. And I think ultimately the question there is, what does a business need? We very often ask this in the blockchain space as well. Yes, you want to be on the blockchain, but why? If you can't answer that, then maybe you shouldn't be there. And I think AI, we need to take a kind of similar approach. Yes, AI is going to transform and revolutionize so many things, for better, for worse, ugly, beautiful, the whole shebang. But I think what we need to start doing, and we need to start doing now, is we need to start thinking about what does AI mean to us? And that answer is different for everybody. But I think as a business, as a team, and also as an individual, whether personal capacity or a professional capacity, start thinking, what does AI actually mean to you? It's not a fix it, but it certainly is something that cannot be ignored and shouldn't be ignored, because why would you ignore the benefits that it's able to give?
Right. Thank you. And how do we preserve, Elena, the relationships that companies already have with its own people, because companies, hey, let's look at it. Let's be honest. It's not all connected in the ecosystem of companies and business as we know it now. And the relationship isn't always as strong as they want it to be. But now that we're entering into another relationship that's coming into scene, how do we make this more cohesive? How do we keep this all together ethically? How do we hear what other people want when it comes to AI within the companies? Because ultimately, the workers, if you will, are using and adopting and subscribing tools that they never have had before. And quite candidly, the ones that want them to use it, it's all frontier and new for them as well, especially the AI that they're making. How do we make sense of this ethically when it comes to this prospective entanglement, if you will?
Yeah, this is very interesting to think of. I think that in general, like the workspace is something that we have challenged to think since the pandemic. And so in general, like human interactions have been changing very much in the past 4 years. And with the rise of AI, of course, there is this adjunctive variable. But I think in general, what really matters is not how many variables are present, but how strong are the human variables. So how strong are the people involved in a workspace, for example, ecosystem. So I think if we take a company where there is a very good scheme for people entering such company and a very good company structure where people are mentored, for example, there are checks on how people learn, then of course, then you can have AI, and that's a new tool to use. But that is not something new to add on this. It's just a new tool where you need checks on the people that are coming, and you will probably have to have a consultant or expert on that. But that's just a normal approach, and you add AI into the conversation. I think that there's this general issue right now where probably because of the pandemic, companies sometimes are decentralized in the sense that they lose this company feeling of being together. And especially when it comes to young people lost a little bit this idea of like, I need to learn something, probably because young people are also part of like this digital natives part of the population. So many times when it comes to new technology, more experienced people, they have this feeling that younger people are the ones that maybe they can teach them, but it's not always the case. Many times young people should be looking at older, more experienced people to learn, and not just when it comes to AI. I think in general, when it comes to every single topic, and AI is just one specific case. And I think if we're able to bring back this kind of approach in the workplace, even after the pandemic, and tailor it together also with the rise of remote workplaces and AI, it can be a very beneficial environment for new generations to work and for the future in general.
Sure. And thank you for sharing that. You know, I find it very fascinating and rather interesting panel. And we're coming to you, Tamara. When we talk about coming over the past, let's say 4 years, I think we all can agree we've become more virtual in some sense in the past 50 months than we have the past 50 years. And that we're never going back, and that things are moving at a rapid acceleration. I think about Naja talks about when she brings about blockchain technology. It's not new, but what it introduced and what it propelled when it comes to the world of crypto and having companies to understand this multi-billion-dollar space rather quickly. It leads into a bear and bull market, if you will. When we think about artificial intelligence as an applied science, Tamara, it's causing companies, whether they wanted to or not, it's causing companies to deal with this thing, this behemoth that many of us are still figuring out. Someone said it earlier that some companies haven't even adopted. I think it may have been Diane or someone that said the companies haven't even adopted this. Look, ChatGPT is what, maybe 50% globally adopted. There's still so much of the world that doesn't know what this means. Yet you're on the pursuit of rather becoming another expert, as Sarah had talked about. Instead of becoming that AI expert, you opted to go the path of flourishing in this narrative, similar to what Samantha talks about. Why is this? approach so critical at this present time when we're hyperscaling like we never have before?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think when I looked at the utopia or Armageddon future that we're seeing described in pop culture, what became really clear to me is we needed to foster a more synergistic approach where humans could focus on the things that are uniquely human skills. Those things like being future oriented, those things like having true empathy. I think, Christopher, it was you that said to me that on a podcast interview that you and I did, that humans will be the only ones who can smell the ocean. Yeah, AI might be able to draw a beautiful ocean, but it's never going to tell us what it feels like to have that salt on our skin. And so as this rapidly evolves, holding on to the things that are uniquely human and actually doubling down on learning about those skills, because a lot of our uniquely human skills, let's take emotional intelligence as an example, are things that we have not explicitly taught in schools historically. So we've left it up to humans to hope that we might have somebody emotionally intelligent who helps us to learn to regulate our emotions without ever telling us why we need to do that, how we need to do that, and what the mindset and the skills are. And so I'm excited that at this time where we are going to be able to augment the way that we are working by offloading and substituting and really outsourcing some of the things we don't want to do, I want to get really intentional about how we learn and grow the skills that we do want, even together with AI. So emotional intelligence. I have a friend who has built an amazing company that is helping humans to understand and decode emotions. Because, as an example, I may look at your face, Christopher, and think, oh, Christopher looks like he's feeling X. You may not be feeling that at all. So I may have misinterpreted your emotion. And now I am changing my response, my reaction based on a mistaken interpretation. What if in the future we have an augmented ability that I've got a wearable that says, hey, you are getting excited, you are activated, and you tend to not make good judgments of other people's emotions when you're activated. So here's a great time for you to ask Christopher what he's feeling rather than assuming based on your past experience that isn't the same as Christopher's, that you know his emotions. And so this is where I think having the human skill to understand and name granularity of emotions combined with that AI augmented ability to check our work and to outsmart our bias, this is where I see the future unfolding, where we can be better than we are today with both human intelligence and augmented intelligence.
Thank you for sharing that. And I would second that with all the power and all the things that AI can do, we'll never know the scent of the sea. Yet it will have the capability through multimodal capacity of computer vision to understand our emotions and to be able to read that. And one day, through self-aware, it'll believe that it has its own emotions. And that's something, whether we want to deal with that or not, we'll be dealing with that nonetheless. Camila, we're coming on to more of an intimate dance between the adoption of companies in this world and this relationship to this machine, if you will, that's entered into our lives more abundantly. It's nothing new, if you will, but the manifestation therein is. What are you seeing when it comes to guiding companies, and what do they actually want when it comes to us, all of us? We're educators, and having to teach them the better and pragmatic approach to artificial intelligence adoption.
Yeah, I think, the companies that I work with, they want to make an impact on the world, right? And I work with a lot of startups that may not have all the resources that they need and all the connections that they need. And even the, brainstorming power or a marketing machine or an agency or, things like that that they can have access to. And I work with a lot of global companies and individuals that are like that. And so I think that companies are hoping that they understand their limitations, and they're hoping that artificial intelligence can help to connect and help to fill in the gaps, whether it's connecting with people globally or it's coming up with a website or coming up with marketing materials. It's all about knowing your own limitations and then artificial intelligence helping to fill in those gaps so that you can realize your vision.
Got it. Thank you. Iris, I want to segue to you quickly, and then we're going to go round robin here very quickly, panelists. And the relationship, as it says on the screen, how do businesses establish a relationship between human skills and AI capabilities that's complementing each other's strengths, especially with all the incredible leading that you do in design, that's very substantive. I've had the chance to listen to some of your talks before, and what does that look like, this collaborative space of human skills and AI capabilities now? Similar to what please.
Yeah, so I wanted to actually make a comparison between, this relationship between designers and in this age, it's really comparable in my view to online dating's impact on traditional dating. So as designers now, with the help of AI, we suddenly have like instant access to 1,000 visualization of ideas. So rather than, diving deeply into one idea and kind of getting to understand that idea and feel that, we just kind of browse through the 1,000 graphs and pick one out of them, and then kind of create more follow-up designs out of that. It's really similar to the problem we're facing with online dating, because now with online dating we can just swipe left and right, maybe meet 1,000 people overnight, but our relationship with each of them is really shallow. So I wanted to kind of bring back a more mindful approach as designers with creativity. I'm not against the use of AI, but I'm just kind of proposing that we choose to dive a little bit deeper with some of the more mindfully selected ideas, rather than going a very fast and furious approach. But the relationship we're having with them is really not of high quality. So that's one thing I want to encourage the community to do. And then kind of along the same line, I think it's really helpful for us to do maybe some fasting of AI from time to time. Like now, the 72-hour fasting or extended fasting is really popular in the health community. I think it's really helpful for us to kind of encourage or even force ourselves to live without AI for a few days from time to time, so that we get to know what it feels like to create as a human being, rather than always delegate things to AI. Because as I've experienced myself, having these tools really change the way we create our own workflows and change the way we use to create. So I think it's really helpful to really discipline ourselves from these technologies and remind ourselves of that human touch that is essential in not only creative work, but also artistic work, self-expression. Yeah.
Just because we can use fire, that doesn't mean that we should. And just because we can use fire doesn't mean that we need to. That's really beautifully well put, Iris. Panelists, we're going to go at a 20 to 30 second clip per answer. I want to hear from each of you. Diane, kicking off with you. What might the future of human AI collaboration look like as AI advances? Please, we ask that you ask in an accelerated fashion.
Yeah, so as we continue to navigate, this rapidly evolving the landscape of AI, I think one thing is very clear. It's that the future of work will be shaped not just by technology, but by how we choose to integrate it into our human experience. And AI really have the potential, as we see, to unlock incredible efficiencies, but it's our creativity, our empathy, our ethical responsibility that really drive the real and transformational change. So I think as we said, the most successful organizations will be those who embrace AI as a tool to amplify the human potential rather than replace it. And I believe and truly believe that fostering the collaboration between AI and human strengths, we can build a workforce that's not only more efficient, but also more innovative, inclusive, and impactful.
We'll need that. Sarah, 20 to 30 seconds, please.
one of our elders said a long time ago, Māori, we embrace, but we're not replaced. So the fear is AI might replace. If we're clear about what AI is and what we are, what it does, what we do, then the future is a bright future. It's about being clear in that relationship.
I prefer to see the brighter future than the darker one. Camila, please. 20 and 30 seconds.
Yes, I think the future we're going to see seamless integration, whether that's through experiential learning with youth or with adults. And then also, I think it's more about having the time and resources to have accelerated innovation. I think that's what we're going to start to see in the future.
Yes, and I embrace this change, if you will. Elena, please.
Yes, I think for me, the future of AI is in two keywords. First, education to learn how to use it. And the second, accessibility, because I think that besides learning how to use FAIR or AI, you need to have the tools to access it. So there is no FAIR if, I don't know, half of the population doesn't have wood, for example. So we need to make sure that connectivity is available in more areas, and in that sense, more people can have AI and learn how to use it.
With all these tools that help keep us together more closely, and sometimes people feel never more disconnected than they are now, but all these tools are meant to keep us together. Might we keep that in mind? Tamara, please.
Yeah, I believe that the future is likely to involve more personalized AI systems that are tailored to our individual work and tasks, but they're optimizing those uniquely human skills that I was talking about earlier. One of the people watching in the chat mentioned, does it have to be measured or can it be felt? And I think this goes back to what Iris was saying, that we need to ensure we are staying connected to our intuition as humans, swiping right and swiping left, like she was talking about, and knowing that as we start to have a more seamless integration with AI, we still have to trust our human guts about what is a good use and what is an ethical use, and really doubling down on those uniquely human skills will help us to flourish together.
Indeed. Might we follow our hearts? Iris.
Yeah, so along Tamara's lines, I think we will, in the very near future, we will go through a pretty turbulent stage where, you know, as humans, we struggle to find how do we coexist with it, how do we use it in a smart way without losing our own intuition or some of our own humanities. But I believe that after that, we'll enter another stage where, you know, it's more in harmony with each other.
Thank you. May we always be harmonious. Naja.
I think if we advance far enough in our imagining, we can't imagine anymore. And I think that's the exciting thing, is we are, you know, like Darwin used to catalog new species that had existed for so long, but no one knew about. That similar sort of excitement of us now, we are witnessing the evolution of societal DNA, and we are witnessing the evolution of us being the evolution. So if you go far enough, who knows what the answer to this question is. But I think the exciting thing is, yes, there are incredible challenges. Yes, there are incredible opportunities. We don't really even understand either of these. But what is exciting is we are witnessing something that, I mean, this is history making, if anything has ever been. And I mean, we are alive for it. So that's pretty cool.
I can imagine years looking back and looking at this time and saying, wow, we were actually in that. And how appropriate to end with you, Samantha, and the subject of time, because that's all we have for this roundtable discussion, please.
Well, I will be quick, and I'll say Elena said it best when she compared it to fire. And maybe because I've spent my life married to a firefighter, I will tell you that we will have both outcomes. We will have positive, wonderful things that will be a guiding light for us. But if we are not careful, we will still need firefighters.
And with that said, keep the fire lit, keep the car running. We had an enjoyable discussion at GatherVerse community. We certainly hope that it's been well for you. Panelists, we certainly hope it's been well for you. We're so happy to have your expert minds. Audience, follow them, journey with them, sojourn with them. There's a lot more that they'll have to share outside of this digital schematic and parameter. Our Gather was well. Now, up next, Wellness Intelligence with Russell Bundy and Amy Blankson.
What an amazing panel, and well done, Christopher, for such an amazing panel, and all the ladies that were in the lovely panel. But I have a special guest with us on this awesome fireside chat, and I'm actually very excited about this, Amy, because your background is very credible, and I'm very excited to get into discussion about the AI for wellness in the workforce. So I would like to just hand the microphone over to you quickly, just to introduce yourself, and we'll get into some of the amazing quick-fire round challenge.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Russell. And I am thrilled to be here. This is such an exciting day. What a great conversation. I'm Amy Blankston. I'm the chief evangelist for an organization called the Digital Wellness Institute. And I've been speaking and writing about the intersection of happiness and technology for the last about 18 years. So this is something I've been thinking a lot about and love to talk about.
Amazing. And I also checked out your background. You also went to Harvard College. You also got an MBA at Yale. You're a public speaker. Yeah, incredible background. So I'm very excited to talk about this as well, because I'm very interested to hear sort of like the wellness side of the workforce and how AI could be, brought into that. So it kind of leads me to my first question, which is, what's the role? Like, what role does AI play in promoting happiness and mental well-being at work?
So I think there's actually two sides to this question. If we're talking about the technical application of AI, we know that AI can be incredibly helpful for making us more productive, which then enables us to get to the things that we really want to do. So we're eliminating friction in the workforce. There's all kinds of new AI emerging in terms of just-in-time mental health counseling in the workplace, which will be a game changer for many. And then there's the other side of AI, which is focused on the emotional impact of AI in the workforce. And some of the research that I've been doing recently has been looking at how the individuals who have high technical self-efficacy, meaning they're really good at technology, they're great with AI, they're not threatened by this, they actually see AI as a challenge and it fuels their work. Whereas individuals who have lower technical self-efficacy, lower technical skills, they feel very threatened by technology, and it actually decreases their ability to get work done. And so I wanted to call this out. There's the technical side, and then there's this emotional side that we also need to pay attention to in terms of how we are onboarding AI and bringing it into the workforce, recognizing some people are going to need help with the skills development and with the psychological safety to actually embrace the new tech.
I think definitely on the non-technical side, a lot of people are going to be worried about, losing their jobs potentially, or AI even replacing them. So what is the potential of AI in personalizing like wellness programs for employees? Like how can that be used to, in a program perspective, to improve employees and even potentially for non-technical people?
So I think that personalizing wellness programs is where we are at with all fields related to health insurance and health benefits. The hyper personalization of content is both exciting and it's going to be a little bit different, slightly more invasive, because all of a sudden the system knows so much about you, but that also means that it can connect the dots. And so I liken it a little bit to taking a specific medicine instead of a multi-purpose vitamin. And for employers, I think there's going to be great benefits in terms of cost savings that will only be able to perpetuate that which actually is getting used. So the programs will get more effective. And on the user end, they're going to get content fed to them that will be things they actually care about. Right now, we see the EAP programs in the workforce are not well utilized, and the programs aren't effective because they're not as easy to access. And so by opening that up, I think it's really going to help actually fuel well-being.
I definitely think accessibility is very important. Generally, with AI, it doesn't matter, what your background is or what your role is within the company. I definitely believe that, accessibility is just so underrated, and a lot of people don't think about it, which, I think they should be, which is kind of like, I guess that brings me on to my next question, which is, what challenges do you see, like, or foresee, I mean, in integrating into like practices? How can they be addressed?
I think the greatest challenges that we're going to see in terms of integrating AI into wellness practices is that, of course, we hear this all the time. There's a bias. There's a natural built-in bias depending on who's writing the algorithm and what information is prioritized. So I am really concerned about that. And I think there are things that we can do to fight against the bias by creating sample prompts to help overcome, or even building certain prompts in to provide more well-rounded information. There's also educating people to make sure that they understand that the information they're getting might be biased and that they need to do multiple checks on information. And of course, the content, like I said, is going to be a bit more invasive. But I think one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about lately is, what if there was like a nutrition label for AI where you could see exactly what kind of algorithms were in your program or into your platforms? Are there ways that you could say, this is how we're coding? I remember thinking and hearing in Coded Bias that there were, certain algorithms that were targeting even PhD women at high-profile universities because they had a foreign last name, they had a child, and they lived in a certain zip code. And so if we knew that those were the 3 factors that were being used in the algorithm to target information for education, then it would help us to round out the information. But when we are blind to what's actually under the hood of the platform, we don't have enough information to know. And we're still guessing about what kind of information we're up against and what we're not seeing. As humans, I want to see all the details.
Yes, no, I definitely agree with that. Transparency is absolutely key. And I definitely think that, some of these platforms should be more transparent potentially, in like Llama and, ChatGPT and, many other sort of AI models that are out there. I definitely think that openness should be, more input, but it just isn't in quite a few. So, how can leaders foster a culture that blends AI with, human-centric wellness? Like how can that be fostered?
I think in order to foster more human-centric wellness, we need more humans involved. And this sounds so obvious, but when I live here in Dallas, and when we get together with the AI community here in Dallas, every panel is the same people, every conference the same topics, everybody is asking the same questions. And so I think to change that dynamic, we have to have more voices with more questions that change that conversation. It's going to happen naturally, but it's going to happen very slowly. We saw the same thing happen with gendered innovation. Innovation for a long time was a male-dominated field. And as we began to invite more women into the innovation space, we began to see different inventions. For instance, the seatbelt used to be designed by men. Suddenly we discovered that seatbelts weren't great for pregnant women at that time. And so when we had women in the room, they were able to say, hey, let's think about actually making a seatbelt that actually works for both genders. The same thing, that's a very simple example, but I think that there are many times that we are just not even thinking of the questions quite yet, or the unintended consequences, because it isn't on the minds of the people in the room. So diversifying that will be great. I also think one of the things you heard from Tamara in the last panel as well, but she's leading the Harvard Council on AI for Human Flourishing. And as we're talking about this council, one of the things we're doing is we're creating a checklist for designers to think through. Here are some factors to think about that will help keep humans front and center in mind. Because if we leave it up to chance, I think that we're always going to default to a capitalist society where money or the ability to sell an item will lead, as opposed to an actual human need or human betterment. So we need those checks and balances.
No, I 100% agree with that. I think, inclusion is more important now than ever. I've just been notified that we've literally got 60 seconds. So, well, actually 2 minutes, but I want to fit in the last question quickly, Amy, before we jump off, which is, what innovations in AI excite you most for enhancing the workplace wellness?
So I recently saw the Humane Pen, and I was fascinated. It's a pin that you wear on your shirt that enables you to have a camera with information about the world. But what I like about it is it gets our phones and our laptops out of in front of our face. As you can tell, I just completely covered my own face there.
Like gone.
The eye contact again, that would be so lovely. And so instead of having something right in front of us, it's kind of off to the side, a little bit away. Products like this, I think, are going to change the dynamic for us and what we've been thinking about in terms of digital balance and wellness.
Well, Amy, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure having you on. Also, I just want to say a quick comment from Dana Wayali. I think that's how you say your name. She said, I love the nutrition label for AI. So
Awesome.
thank you for coming on, Amy. Thank you for joining us. And it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much.
Our GABA was well. Over to you, Christopher.
Wow. Okay, let's wait for everyone. Okay, so greetings, everyone. Okay, let's wait. They're coming in. Keep coming. All right, let's get started. Greetings, our audience. Greetings, our panelists. My name is Lingi Tao. I'm very happy to have you here. I am the Communications Director for GatherVerse, and we will be talking about future-proofing the workforce, integrating AI. I'm not alone. With me is a group of expert panelists who are going to help us uncover this topic. I will ask my panelists to introduce themselves very briefly, and I will start with you, Davona May, and then we will pass it up to the top. Davona, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Davona May. I am an award-winning.
Okay, we can't hear you. Davona, we lost you. Okay, Arjit, please take it over.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Very good morning, afternoon, evening, based on your time zones. I am Arijit Goswami. I work as a senior associate with a research consultancy firm. I've got around 8 to 10 years of experience in the technology industry space with specific focus now on the AI ethics and governance. Well, apart from my day job, I also happen to conduct independent research on the intersection of AI, society, and education, and have published and also presented a number of papers in several conferences before. So really looking forward to sharing all the insights with you and learning from all of you. Back to you, Lindsay.
Okay, welcome. Navya?
Hello, everyone. My name is Navya Alapati. I work as a senior software engineer for Visa, and I have about 8+ years of experience now, working specialized mostly on the data management and data analytics. I have been recently introduced to AI with my projects leading to AI within data analytics. So getting attached with that. And I guess, again, I have been working on my research for the past 2.5 years now and have, like Arijit, published several papers with my professors. I am really looking forward for the discussion and sharing my insights too.
Thank you. Brian? Okay, we lost him. Mirjana, I hope I pronounced it right. Please go, Mirjana. Yeah, you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Okay, we seem not to hear her. Mike, could you kindly introduce yourself?
Is my mic working?
Yes, your
Good.
mic is working.
That's good. That seems to plague us today. My name is Mike Mongo. I'm an astronaut teacher. I'm based here in Cape Canaveral. I work part-time in the UK. I've been working with AI since 2019. And my first neural network was a commercial product called VoteFlipper, which used a softmax function to discern convertible voters from public-facing information. And then I got to working as an astronaut teacher here at Kennedy Space Center. I got to do zero-G training with Bina 48, the first humanoid robot AI to train as an astronaut. And that led to a variety of conversations I've been having with AI for a year and a half now, I guess maybe 2 years, since November of 2022. And my friend David Lockett let me know this was taking place and invited me to participate.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Lynn.
You're welcome. Shubiani, I hope I pronounced that right.
Thanks, Lynn. It's Rubini, and I'm really glad to be here with all of us in this panel. I'm the Chief Success Officer or CEO of Xfinity SG, and I lead a team who does leadership development for founders, CEOs, leadership, to really go on journeys to understand how they can be better for their teams in their lives and power themselves with holistic success. And we do this through AI tools. This has been done over the last 3 years with my team, and we give them intuition as a superpower. And I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
We are happy to have you. Alenda.
Hi, good morning. It's Alita. Thank you for having me. Thanks to GatherVerse for putting this on. I've sat in quite a few of these live panel discussions, and I think that they're hugely educational. I love that they involve people from all over the world. I myself have been doing consulting for over 13 years now, primarily in business, but a huge chunk of this came about during the pandemic, and I had clients who were in the medical field in the city of New York. And so when everybody else went dormant, I got super, super busy. And to say the least, conscious leadership came to the forefront for me because I felt as though all the conscious development I had done throughout my entire life literally came into play in those moments in time. And so Mike, super interesting because some of my favorite clients are aerospace engineers that I've worked with, and so that whole aspect is near and dear to my heart because I connect the sciences into the equation of conscious leadership development. So what do I mean by that? Neuroscience is massively important, and the understanding of that and our operations, how we work and function operationally as a human being plays a massive role in all of this. And so I look forward to just engaging and continuing conversation today. Thanks.
Well, you're in the right place. Davona.
Are you all able to hear me this time?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So my name is Devonna May. I am an award-winning entrepreneur. I am a brand strategist, a marketing developer, and I'm also the creator of It Girl GPT. I've used AI and various forms of technology to integrate it into my personal businesses to help accelerate and expand my brands and others onto global stages. So I am an advocate for the good use of AI. I know how beneficial it has been in connecting me to communities and opportunities that I would not have the opportunity to have connected with if it weren't for the digital reach of technology. So I'm here as an instructor, an educator, and an advocate to help people to create custom tech stacks or just custom pathways to utilize AI and to really become comfortable with it, to understand it, so they can integrate it into their now, because it is truly it's our future, and we all need to be able to adapt to it. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Mijana, I hope I pronounced it right.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, great. So I'm very excited to be here today and discuss different aspects of integrating AI into workforce. My name is Mirjana Bobar. I'm from Belgrade, Serbia, and coming from Jazz Communication Consultancy, where I work as a multimedia designer. But since I have some project experience and IT background, I'm like an insight consultant for integrating AI into business, our business.
Okay, welcome. Brian, you're next.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Brian Juracek, the founder and CEO of Parallel Worlds. We're an immersive social media platform that operates on a digital twin of Earth. So we're helping individuals and businesses deploy, manage, and monetize immersive media content with geolocational precision anywhere on Earth. And then we mirror that across to a VR layer environment. So you have a collaborative sandbox environment for people to interact, co-create, and collaborate. So that's what we do. I'm a lifelong artist, really stemming from music. I'm a drummer, but in the pandemic, I kind of went to my physical hand when a lot of the music venues shut down. So a lot of what I do is what I would call creative technology. I try to creatively problem solve. And a lot of what people have discussed today is the broader theme of these are tools, right? So we're the most important thing, and our responsible usage of these tools is how we get to a better tomorrow. So thanks for having me, guys.
Fantastic. Thank you for all being here, and we are going to get started. So, Lyndall, I'm going to put you on the first spot. And I want you to help us understand how can organizations balance the integration of AI to augment human capabilities and mitigate job displacement. Lyndall.
Are you
talking? Yeah. Yeah.
No worries. The question one more time was, how do we mitigate job displacement?
Yeah, the ones on the screen. How can organizations balance the integration of AI to augment human capabilities and mitigate job displacement?
Oh, yes. Okay. So training and education. So there has to be a massive push for training and education. The teams, anytime we're going to be pulling AI into a work environment or workforce, we need to be essentially engaging our entire team. We need to be involving all of them in the decision-making process, especially anything that's going to touch or impact their specific department. I think that, the more that we realize when we involve what's the word I'm looking for? Adoption, group education, the fact that people who, when they come in and they're allowed to give their input, right? It doesn't all just have to spill from leadership down. The more that we involve everybody who this impacts, the better the decisions will be made. And we need to be looking at compliance and guardrails for how we apply all of these things. So I think that, when it comes to displacement, the more that people understand that they embrace this and they work with it, this has to have a human touch. The human factor cannot go away. The more that we use it, the more of us that are using it, the more we realize that we have to have the human factor in the equation, because when we don't, the information is not accurate.
Definitely. The human factor. Actually, what we emphasize here at GatherVerse is humanity first. Our conversations are always centered around humanity first. And I want to go to you, Mijana. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. If I'm not, kindly forgive me. We all agree that the astronomical
It's Miriana. It's Miriana. Yeah, but it's okay.
It's okay. So AI is advancing at a very astronomical rate, and we can all agree on that. I want you to help us understand as well, how can organizations stay ahead of AI trends and prepare for the impacts for their jobs?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and it's definitely necessary that they follow, monitor trends on the market, maybe investing in new technologies early. They need to already use AI to support their decision-making process. because this would give them advantage, like they perceive markets on the shift faster, and they're capable of replying to these shifts and stay competitive. It's also very needed to involve employees, to educate them, to keep them adaptable and open to process of continuous learning.
Definitely. I see you agreeing to that, Brian, which brings me to the next question to you. How can leaders use AI to gain long-term competitive edge in an evolving business environment? I see you are very keen on the pursuit of helping business maximize profit. Please just show us the way. Tell us what you think on how to maximize profit as well as have a competitive edge.
Yeah, well, everything everyone's mentioned, using the tools on a daily basis, getting involved, actually practicing, right? I've heard many people talk about these things, and then I've asked, well, how many times have you logged in and used it or done it? Or, and a lot of times people, well, never. Well, how would you know how? So practicing it, and as previously stated, fostering a culture amongst your employees to remain, active and involved and elastic to an ever-changing technology landscape. But as far as monetization, intellectual property is king. And over the past couple decades, a lot of companies have choked off their intellectual property, and they've kind of been in this sense of I own it, and you can't touch it. And they need to get more comfortable with actually sharing the meme, right? The meme becomes more valuable as it's shared. And so we're moving to a state where hopefully we're building infrastructure where companies and individuals can co-create and collaborate and share intellectual property at the speed in which it wants to be shared. And business will flourish with that type of environment. So it's a lot of learning, and it's almost a paradigm shift from a marketing and advertising paradigm to more of a value add one. And that will bring new and exciting socioeconomic business models that will be far more sustainable and will waste less.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree on that. Ruby, you seem to be resonating with what he is saying. Do you feel like you want to add a perspective to that?
Yes, certainly, Lynn. Thank you. I didn't know how to unmute myself for a while, but I think one of the things that we need to make sure of is this understanding that it's enhancing human capabilities, right? So when we're combining AI insights with human intuition, and I'm big on intuition as a superpower, and when we're combining them both, it leads to innovation, it leads to creativity. So we're using AI to amplify our human capabilities and not replace them, which is what the earlier question was about as well in terms of displacement. So the real edge comes from enhancing decision making, streamlining operations, and truly becoming more customer centric in the business environment, so that the customer goes up, the teams through humanity are empowered and evolved, and through innovation and this spirit of experimentation, everyone just rises together. So I love that togetherness in amplifying AI and humanity.
Yeah, please. I love that perspective. And I see, Mariana, you want to jump into this.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
go ahead.
Well, leaders, it's for them necessary if they want to lead the team, and if they need to have a vision, and they need to have people skills, so they can help their employees through this transition. Also, they need to be aware of strategic possibilities of implementing AI. So not just using them as a band-aid to fix some gaps or certain processes, but to be aware of the overall value that it can bring, scalability to their products, that it can manage risks, that it brings in innovation to a company, which is also valuable when, for example, companies to be sold. So leaders do need people skills. They need to have a vision. They need to also have technical understanding of their basic technological infrastructure of their company, so they can make informed decisions about AI.
Definitely, people first. I totally agree with the people skills, especially in an age where technology is taking a lot of what we are doing. Building up on leadership still, I want to come to you, Davona. You're very keen on market trends, and I think you're the best person to answer this. What skills do leaders need now and in the future to guide their teams through AI integration?
The key is patience and support and compassion. When employees know that AI is there to support them instead of replace them, that gives them a sense of security and mental well-being, because there's already so much overwhelm in the workplace where employees are feeling like their jobs are unstable, that they can be replaced anytime, and now they can be replaced by technology. So when we educate them and when we take the time to address those fears, perhaps bringing in growth mindset coaches or having group meetings where we're getting to know our employees again, where we're getting to know what their perspectives are, what their cultural references are, what their actual skill sets are. When that AI and the new technology is a way to really reconnect the human bond. And so when we allow them to realize the benefits that AI will have in helping them to manage their workflows, to make their days more efficient, whether it be with researching, writing, content creation, um, drafting, scheduling, automation. These are the things that leaders need to emphasize, that mostly it's here to help you, to support you, not to replace you. And we understand your resistance, we understand your fear, and we even understand the fact that you may be willing to adopt this into your day to day, but you may not feel confident or capable of doing so. So this is where leaders need to step up and be not an out or overlord presence, but a right there with you, I'm in it with you type of a leader. So
I totally agree on that. When it comes to, I think leaders need to reframe the whole concept of AI, because people think it's here to replace me. But when we reframe it to it's here to help me, I think that's where the real deal or the real potential of AI is explored in the workforce. I want to come to you, Ajit. uh, you are more into the technical side of things. And I want you to maybe help us or guide us in this. How can organizations integrate AI, taking into account the culture and the technological advancements that comes with this?
Sure. So again, in this globalized world, I think almost everyone in the organizations are working with a multicultural team, which requires people to not only have technical skills, but also a lot of soft skills or professional skills to deal with the, I would say, ambiguities and the, I would say, the cultural nuances that exist in the organization. Now, this is where in our organization, as in the one that I have been working with, we had devised a 5E framework, as in E's, right? The fifth letter of English, a 5E framework by which we say that the first E basically stands for empathy. As in every manager, whenever they are implementing any AI system, they need to have empathy towards the people who are going to get impacted by it. It can be the subordinates, it can be the seniors, it can be the manager himself or herself, right? So that empathy is the first E that a manager needs to have even before thinking what kind of application the AI can have. The second is the emotional intelligence, to understand what kind of impact psychologically, mentally, an AI system would have on the stakeholders, which again means the employees in the workplace and so on. Once the empathy and ethics are in place, the next thing which should happen is basically the experimentation. Now, there are multiple AI applications available in the market, multiple use cases, multiple possibilities, as well as perils which can arise. A person or any manager or any leader in an organization, before they integrate AI, they should experiment with a number of applications, a number of AI tools to see what kind of impact is each having on the workforce. The fourth one basically is the evaluation, which again comes to two parts, right? One is evaluation through impact assessment, which means we have a framework where we where we fill the check boxes as to what is the impact that AI is having on the workforce. The second is the intuition part, which I think one of the panelists also covered very, very correctly, that intuition should also be a part of evaluation about the AI. And once that has been done, only then the deployment of AI should happen, and then continuous assessments should keep happening. So this is the framework through which if a leader goes, or if an organization goes, they will be able to take care of not only the cultural nuances or the technological aspects, but also the interrelationships that the leaders have, or that the stakeholders in the workforce have. So I would suggest that that 5E framework is one of the resilient frameworks that we can use for checking the technological and cultural nuances.
Wow, that's very insightful. I love the framework. And Lyndall, do you want to jump into this? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So it's Alita. The last name is Lindahl. So when it comes to the emotional intelligence factor, that's really where I want to jump in on this, because I believe that, Amy Blankson, I think her name was, just before this, was speaking and kind of chimed in on it too. And so the emotional intelligence of the leaders, I think this will shed light, shall we say, right, on an overall whole. I think it'll bring about more cultural well-roundedness, because I think it will give us the capability to understand our cultural differences and our cultural background differences as well. But more importantly, on that golden thread of that note is, how are we the same? How is it that we as human beings are all the same? That is our golden thread, right? The commonality, and finding that in our teams and in our team development, I believe can happen at a much more rapid rate than it has in the past with AI on board. I think it's going to really shed light on a lot of things for us, and it's going to allow us to pivot and change our conscious mindset in ways that we never have before. So what do I mean by that? I mean, we have a habit. Our brain is so amazing, our bodies are so amazing, that we fall into subconscious thought patterns. That means, like, I think the ratios are coming up like 95% of the time, as high as 95% of the time, we're in repeat thoughts and loop tapes, basically running our day the same as it was the day before without even thinking about it, because our miraculous brain will do that for us, right? So it's like when we first learn to drive a car, we're hyper aware, we pay attention to everything that we're doing and we're learning. But once we learn how to drive a car, now my brain can grocery shop, right? Run through my grocery list while I'm driving down the road. So I speculate that we've had like repeats in history and historical events because we haven't known how our bodies operate. The fact that if we become conscious for more prolonged periods of time while we're developing and using AI, which again, I think will bring to light, oh, is this an old pattern? Are these old ways of doing business? And is there a better way, right? And highlighting those better ways for us. New choices, new decisions, history doesn't have to repeat itself. We can pop out of that loop tape and we can actually evolve at a faster rate.
Yeah, building on that perspective and the whole culture thing, I want to come to you, Ruby. How can businesses build a culture that supports successful AI integration and a positive work environment? Is it the same? Okay.
I love this question because I talk a lot about creating a psychologically safe environment. And when we talk about a psychologically safe environment, especially with AI being more immersive and coming up and being integrated within the organization, we need to think about building an AI positive culture, so AI plus. And this starts with transparency. This starts with inclusion. I think Arjit and Davona also mentioned things around empathy, things around emotional quotient and emotional intelligence. And in this vein, when leaders communicate openly about the role, and it's really not about surprising people with things. I think sometimes leaders go, hey, let's keep this in the box and then let's just surprise everyone and everyone's going to be happy. It actually doesn't really work that way. When leaders are more transparent and communicate openly, and take guidance from different levels in the organization. So surveys, focus groups, one-on-one discussions, involving employees in that integration process, then everyone positively in an AI plus environment can celebrate this AI human collaboration successes, right? And it all starts with creating a psychologically safe environment where the team and the people throughout the organization feel valued, feel empowered. And AI is an upskill. AI is an empowerment. And then again, your first question, it's not about displacement. And so with that viewpoint, I think an AI positive culture can start.
That's very insightful. I want us to shift gears to the educational sides of things. And Mike, we have you here as an educationist, and you teach you're an astronaut teacher. I want you to help us. Maybe just tell us, how can business collaborate with educational institutions and AI experts to upskill their workforce?
Okay, so here's why this is a great question for everybody. It's for everybody here to have the answer to, is because at NASA there's a little known secret, and that's whenever we want to solve a really challenging problem, one that everybody says is unsolvable or that we don't have any idea how to accomplish it. One that comes to mind is asteroid mining. That's something that's been talked about for a couple decades now. And when we find these moments and situations, and there's a bunch right now with AI, what NASA does is creates a contest for students to solve the challenge without telling them that it's hard. It's one of my favorite things in the entire world. It tickles me just sharing it with you, because it's kind of a scam, you know, like they get patches and stickers and they come up with the best ideas in the entire world, because they're not limited by ROI. They're not limited by bills and payments they're on payroll. They just team up, group up, and put their minds together in that way that we love when it happens organically. All of us here do. And then they come up with the most amazing suggestions. So industry and commerce has the opportunity to do this all the time. I'm like here in Cape Canaveral, it's in Florida, and there is a huge, I don't know if everybody knows this, but there's a giant citrus disease crisis happening in the state of Florida. It's decreased the amount of citrus in the state by, I think, 20 times since 92. And it's this thing called, I think it's called greening. And there are some very smart people working on it. It's something that happens as a consequence of this insect that lives on the trees. And California is working to keep it outside of California, keep it from entering into California. And right now they're creating these sort of challenges, the exact same model, presenting to middle grade and secondary high school students, these challenges that instructors, professors, professionals like ourselves get to present and offer as an opportunity to solve, and with prizes, you know, scholarships and things like that. And it's terrific. So it's a real simple play. Like, I think when it comes to anything from social media and any new technology, really, younger people, students in particular, are fearless first adopters.
Yeah.
I know there's a Snapchat platform that has a built-in AI that students will just have conversations with, and that is, it's a gateway for them. It opens up other opportunities to explore, and then they get to find other free and open AI that they can have conversations with, and also leads to tools. Like, there's we have different ideas and expectations, or considerations, or we have there's different AI that do different things, and there's different things that we call AI, and it can just be an amalgamation of like a grouping of algorithms, and we can call it an AI. And it's effectively true. But then there's this more sophisticated AI that we talk about. They can just be simple tools like generative AI. And then there's the conversational AI that is likenable to a peer, a work peer, a work associate, and developing relationship with these figures.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, well, 1 second, Lynn, if I may. Arjit mentioned empathy, and I saw Devana land on it as well. Bring it, I think, first. And it is when I'm working with students and peer professionals with AI that is conversational, for instance.
Okay, we lost him. Maybe I jump to you, Ajit, and I want you to really demystify what role does feedback, or how can organizations gather employee feedback on AI integrations, relevance, and effectiveness? And anyone can really jump on this if you have any experience with getting feedback from whatever angle you're coming in from. So I'll start with you, Ajit, then I'll come to you, Ruby. I see you raising your hand. So Ajit.
Sure. So I'll just quickly give an example of, I would say, an activity that I had done in one of my previous organizations as a senior innovation manager. So we thought of how we can democratize the access and the application of AI in the organization. And when we talk about democratizing, we thought, how can we make AI for the people, by the people, and of the people? Basically, the basic definition of democracy, right? And I think that one of the best ways for organizations basically to gather employee feedback on AI integration and see its effectiveness is to first of all allow I would say, employees to design or to think about the use cases or think about the ideas that they can bring to table, which will not only help the organization, but will also make AI safe for themselves. I would like to give an example, or I would like to give a reference of what Mike said, that whenever some solution has to be found, they used to invite the students to share their ideas. That is one very good way to ensure that people participate in the process of AI development. Now, I understand that the question is regarding feedback, so I'm coming to that as well. What I would say is that once these solutions have been developed and deployed, we should take continuous feedback, I would say, in the form of anonymous surveys, or even in the way of, I would say, skip level meetings. So because sometimes employees may not be willing to share their feedback with their direct managers, but they may be more comfortable in case their opinions are masked, or if they are anonymized, or if they can talk directly to, say, a CXO level person, where they can share their concerns or their insights about the AI applications. So when they get to share their insights, or when they get to share their concerns, that is when AI becomes of the people. And then again, when I say collecting feedback, it should happen not just through one forum or one channel. It should happen through multiple channels. It can be a verbal feedback, it can be a non-verbal feedback, it can be a pulse survey, it can be I would say, and it can be it just can be a slip or a sticky note dropped in a box. Not every employee would be able to share their ideas in a single channel, right? So we have to open multiple channels. And finally, once the suggestions have been taken note of, once they have been noted, the organization should also communicate to the employees how the organization is working on the feedback. And out of all the feedback that they have received, for example, 10 comments that they have received, which are being prioritized, which are not being which are being deprioritized, and which are more important or feasible for the organization to work on. And this basically touches upon the aspects of openness that somebody again touched upon. And I think in the previous session also, Amy was also talking about openness and transparency. Collecting feedback is just one thing. Communicating that we are working on the feedback and explaining how the work is being done, I think, is the third step that we should take in terms of democratizing the deployment of AI.
I would just add one slight thing. This is an iteration process. Like you get feedback, then you improve the process, then you again get the feedback, improve the process. So it's not a one-time communication. Besides, I mean, I have experience with market research. Besides these surveys, anonymous survey, which are very handy and can show employees' frustrations, maybe fears, concerns. You can also use one-to-one conversations, focus groups, team meetings, and all these things are very useful in collecting feedback. But this is definitely a process because it should be constantly ongoing.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that insight. Because we're running out of time, I'll be a little bit quick on this, and I'm going to go to you, Brian. What future AI advancements might the workforce and how should we organizations prepare?
Mike had a great point on this. There's a lot of different types of AI out there. So a lot of what we see is kind of generative AI and using AI for aesthetic, kind of artistic things day to day in social media. But there's a lot of different ways that AI will parse through huge data sets and be used in concert with quantum computing to crack like mathematical codes that will solve disease and very important things in decades to come. But social media, which is why I started a social media company, it's not because I want to start a social media company. It's where everybody is all day doing the wrong things. And the wrong things are leading to the wrong outcomes. And we need to retool that behavior. And so we need to turn an AI powered toolkit, right, loose on the populace to be able to creatively and functionally govern their life in this new spatial transformation. So it was discussed before that change management was the big failure in digital transformation. It was treated as an IT problem, and it was actually something that affected the entire organization. And if we're moving into the age of spatial transformation and immersive technologies, where we're going to visualize a lot of things that have been in ones and zeros, it's going to emotionally tie us in a much different way to each other and how we express each other, express ideas with each other and communicate. So we need to get to much more healthier ways of communicating. And social media is a great place to catch and make the snake eat its own tail, right? So I think it's being open and elastic to an ever-changing technology landscape, using the tools, practicing with the tools, and as mentioned earlier, having good vision. Leadership needs to have good vision. And that's not asking the question, what is it? It's saying, what will we make of it? Right. And remaining in a constant state of that and not kind of pushing the fear away. Right.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. How can we make the best out of this? I see Linda agreeing to this. Do you want to jump in on that? Please go ahead.
Yeah, so my thought automatically goes to kind of back to, the fear that people have around this. And it almost makes me kind of chuckle because I think that as people grow more conscious and as we use everything, the technology more, right? Robotics is on our heels, quantum computing, Brian, like you said, like I don't think there's a person alive on the face of the planet who truly understands what the impact of quantum is going to mean to us, right? In that aspect and that capacity. So the thing is I think once we start to understand again who we are a little bit better and understand that all of this technology has essentially been made to mimic our own human capabilities, right? From our brain's capability and standpoint, computers have been designed and replicated to mimic our own capability for ever since the inception of the computer. So really, when we start to understand that and we start to understand that we have all of these same capacities, that now we're just basically being given outside tools and resources to match up with us, then I think that it makes things a lot less scary and more just we need to take more ownership in who we are and the future of what we're designing on an overall whole, right? We just need to take ownership in who we are and what we're doing.
Definitely. Ownership, ownership, ownership. And this is our final question, and I want to address it to you, Davona. What future governance challenges could AI integration present, and how can they be addressed? And anyone who would like to also contribute to this topic, you also need to contribute to that. Davona.
Yeah, I just want people to feel empowered again. There is this disconnect in between what we're capable of doing. We are the ones who created the technology. We're the ones who manage it. We are the ones who teach it, program it. And so we are the ones who are essentially directing its future. We are in charge of it. It is not in charge of us. So I want people to just, first of all, take their power back and allow themselves to become active participants in the creation of it. You know, especially those who feel marginalized and who are marginalized by it, those who feel prejudiced by it, those who feel like the prompts or the outputs are not representative of their experiences. They need to raise their voices and get on the teaching side of it, become educated about the technologies, enjoy the technologies, but also use their voices and their experiences to make AI more inclusive, more fair. It's not enough to just critique it or to sit back and be afraid of it, but we have to be involved in the process of creating the change that we want to see. So really, mindset change, and also holding AI accountable, which means holding the people creating it accountable.
Definitely, totally agree
I
with
think
that. Please
I'd
share
love
your
to add a point to that, to what Davana just said. That being said, one of the things that I personally, in a personal sense, in terms of future governance challenges, am fearful of is data privacy and the intentional malicious use of AI tools in things like identity theft or deep fakes, or just using algorithm bias to like skew things towards one end versus the other, so that transparency there. And I just wanted to say 2 points to that, which is not only organizations, which is the normal discourse, but absolutely what you said, like individuals, we need to proactively develop this ethical AI mindset and self framework to understand that it's not just about industry leaders and policymakers, it's about data governance and ethical practices within self. So I think just to add that layer onto that.
Thank you for adding that. Does anyone want to add to that as well?
Yeah, I would just add that we control the tool, like what was being said, so we can use the tool to actually make us safer and secure. We have rings that use your heart rate and respiration for 3-factor authentication. So when I'm wearing this, I can verify my identity and people know who I am, not only in physical environments, but the digital twin version of me. You can challenge my identity and actually know that you're talking to the real version of me. And see, these things are going to be very, very important. You bring up a really important thing here. But we can use these tools. We can use AI to actually meet some of those challenges along with other technologies in concert with it. But there's a lot of different ways we can do cool things. Take it from a guy who's got microchips on my fingernails. We have ways to connect ourselves in beautiful ways if we just are creative and we maintain that childlike curiosity that Mike was saying that we lose from life just hitting us from every angle. We need to get back to playing. We need to get back to having fun, right? And retooling some of the time we're wasting arguing with each other about politics and all sorts of other stuff. We need to retool that behavior in a way that promotes us and not just money and, power and whatever. Right.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very nice conclusion on that. And fellow panelists, we could go on, and we have a lot of ground to cover. I want to thank each and every one of you for your expressions and your insights. As for our audience out there, please engage and follow our panelists. They are out there. Their information is on our website. You can follow them. You can talk with them, engage, and perhaps what knows what networks can come out of this. So our Gather was well. Over to you, Christopher. I think I'm having a fireside coming up after this. So thank you so much. I'll see you next time. Same time.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome back. What an amazing roundtable we had. It's myself and Christopher.
Hey, Russell,
here.
how's it going?
It's great to have you with us. So Annie hasn't shown up for the fireside. However, we are going to be, I am going to be interviewing Christopher, and also he might be interviewing me a little bit too at the same time. So let's have some fun. So Christopher, how do you think today has gone so far? And also, what are your thoughts on AI in education as well?
Yeah, I think it's gone really well. I think if you listen to a lot of the number of different expressions that's been shared with us today, when you look at it and you start to consider, excuse me, a lot of talking, when you start to consider how many different people from how many different walks of life and different facets, and we just got a really good expression of that just right now with Lynn's roundtable discussion in this subject matter. And when we look at this opportunity to be able to talk about AI evolving in the education and workforce, what we're really realizing is that there's a certain cadence that's happening. And as I said before, what happens when the technology becomes more advanced to the technologist? The reason that we come together, peer to peer, human to human, is because we're now in a time, Russell, where we get so much information from AI and certainly from others. But what we don't want to do is decrease the conversation between peer to peer globally. In fact, I think it's prudent for us to increase these conversations that we're having so that we can keep up with the cadence of our own innovations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely think that the more communication, the better. I think there's a lot to be learned from each other, right? And I think, also whether you're technical or not, being able to use AI not only in like the workforce, but also in the education sector too, and being able to use the tools to like their strengths, right? Within those sectors, I definitely think that's important for people to do today, right? In order to not only keep their careers, but also to enhance their education, to also enhance their learning. And yes, in the future, maybe as the models advance and as AI becomes more smarter, a lot of people might lose their jobs potentially, or might lose, or for example, there's an example here in the UK, right, where there's a school here in the UK that literally does education by AI only, right? They don't even have any teachers, which is crazy.
And it's been happening. That's Xavier Neal's school. He started this model in Paris, brought it over here to Silicon Valley, and saying, let's have a whole entire school, no teachers, we'll give them free education, and for many of the students, a place to be able to live, and AI autonomous systems to be able to gamify the learning and education. We've been seeing this for some time, but now it's becoming more of a reality. We have so much to kick off when it comes to education. But for now, we're bringing Lynn and Annie to the stage. May our gather continue to be well.
Hi, greetings, and you're welcome here. We were anticipating for you, and here you are. So let's continue.
Again.
Hi, Anne. Hi, how do you do?
It's a lovely evening for me on the other side of the world. Lovely to be here.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming. So we're going to have a fireside chat on braving humanity, AI for leadership, and self-discovery in the workforce. And please tell us who you are. And as you tell us who you are, please let us know, how can AI help leaders find strength and develop, how can AI help leaders find and develop their strengths?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Anne Fei. What I do is I transform leaders and bosses from hell to heaven. So essentially, I work with leaders how to find their true potential and how, instead of managing from charts, to lead from the heart. And of course, if you talk about AI, a lot of times AI, where we see it now, is very much on the headspace. I think we haven't had AI going into the hard space yet, but that is supposedly the next phase. And we already have facial recognition of your emotions, and perhaps how you could even detect what kind of emotions based on the logic that needs to be emitted in terms of the tone of voice. So I guess for leaders, it's very important for us to know how to leverage the AI. And it comes in several ways. For your personal development, firstly, we can use AI to become a better version of ourselves. So you've heard of AI coaches. Of course, that's very elementary. If you really want good coaches, somehow the human touch is still there. And you can also use AI for a lot of the efficiency and effectiveness in the workplace. And of course, how you can also, let it troubleshoot and provide certain suggestions as in terms of your business strategy, your team performance, as well as employee engagement and so on. So it's a wonderful tool. I see it more as an opportunity than a threat.
Yeah, it's fascinating that you have mentioned that it needs to start from the heart. That's how you convert bad bosses to good bosses. But I also want to understand, how can we now support these leaders to grow while keeping themselves authentic and helping them lead from the heart? How can we better support them?
Well, firstly, it's about your strengths discovery, because every leader is different. So we do a lot of psychometric assessments as leaders, from your DISC to MBTI to Clifton Strength Finders and VS Strength and so on. Actually, these were the early days of analysis, and over time, this becomes your AI tool. And definitely, you can use these to kind of like assist you in finding out what are your potential, what are your strengths, and what are your weaknesses. So that is the first place that I will go to. So you would include as well as integrate. So once you're able to understand the different aspects of your human aspects, then you know how to relate to other team members. And that allows you to become a better leader, better person in terms of relationship communications and how to work together as a team.
Definitely. And let's just shift gears to now that you mentioned the team and the leader. Do you think AI can strengthen the relationship between employees and leaders? And how do you see that happening?
Yes, definitely. So when you run a team, you will have various ways of measuring the result of the team. So the headspace is really about your key matrix, how you achieving your numbers and what is missing. And that helps to provide a very neutral and objective point of view. AI can also come in the forms of all the various tools that you see, your CRMs, customer relationship management, supply chain analysis, and so on. And on the team side, then you can see where are the gaps and how you need to address it. In terms of like driving the human potential on the team dynamics, there's still a few things that AI can't do. One of it is establishing the trust and honesty and transparency among the team. So while it provides the transparency on the knowledge and data and facts, I mean, human relationships still needs a human touch to feel that, hey, Lynn, I can spill everything out to you because I trust you and I'm vulnerable enough to feel that I can show you what I have a gap in, and together we can look at how we can solve the problems together. So I find that in the team performance side of things, there's still that conversation and development that's still necessary. Yeah, even with the AI tools in place.
Just to dive in much deeper into that, you're always big on bad bosses transforming into good leaders. And you have spoken about trust and building relationships and transparency as well. How can leaders who maybe have a bad relationship with their employees mend that relationship? And is there room for trust again if that trust is broken?
Yes, we have actually some examples. For example, we have leaders who are quite poor in terms of getting the relationship with the team. For example, sometimes they may have stepped over dead bodies as they grew up in their promotion. So therefore, with that background and the history, a lot of the team members don't want to support the leaders. So as the leaders start to move forward, they realize that they don't have the support. So even if they want to do the best, they still need the human relationship. And therefore, when we look at using AI to track the leaders' effectiveness is not just the matrix, but we also have things like employee surveys, the 360 survey, which comes back to point out where the leader is having the gap. So in fact, like companies like Rakuten saw like 20% improvement when they started to use AI to track the real-time performance of the leaders and the team. And even NHS as well saw about 15%. So technically, we use AI combined with coaching, you can see 15-20% improvements in terms of being able to get the leaders to understand where are their weaknesses and what they need to do. Of course, it will take time to rebuild the relationships. And yeah, I have done so with one of the so-called difficult bosses. It does take at least 3 months to 6 months to really see an impact where people will start to let down their guard and start to trust you again. But the numbers will start to show when you're on an uptrend, and then you know that you're doing something right. That encourages the leaders and the teams to continue to work closer together. So AI does help to encourage that as well.
That is very insightful. And speaking of numbers, is AI changing how leaders view success and fulfillment, as well as employees? Is this whole dynamic changing how we view success?
It does. I mean, just now, the earlier speakers were asking if AI would replace jobs. I think we are kind of like beyond that conversation. It will replace certain roles that are more mechanical. So therefore, as a leader, you need to learn to be very strategic about where the direction of your business is going to go and where do you find the best use of resources. So as a leader in a team, you do want to inculcate certain skills that are currently not available in AI and leave the analysis, more mundane work to AI. And we have to evolve as AI evolves, because AI is rapidly, what used to take 70 years now takes 7 years. So yes, this onus on us to really become better versions. And better versions means that we need to be more strategic in our approach. We need to be more encompassing in terms of using the left, right, front, and back brain, being more whole brain approach. We need to also take the whole person to work, meaning that we're not just there for work, but we also have a personal life. And how do we connect your personal, professional, and business side of things? And the last part is really having that emotion and compassion. And that is something that I think AI hasn't gotten to, because AI works on a set of rules, if so, then, and very logical. So maybe that might come at some point in time. But right now, I think the humanity is strong because we have compassion and emotions and how to regulate that.
Yeah, humanity definitely comes first. You mentioned AI has no emotions. It can't love. It can't be compassionate. It can't be empathetic. Kindly tell us, how do we create a happy environment in a workspace? What is happiness, both in the workspace and the personal life? How do we feel that compassion? I hope you get what I'm trying to get to, but please tell us what your view.
Yeah, there are a couple of studies that were done, and in the corporate MNCs and multinationals and small medium enterprise, they try to measure employee happiness through this survey called employees satisfaction survey or employee engagement. They ask typical questions on whether you enjoy your work, whether you would recommend someone, a close friend or a family member to come and work in this workplace, and would you recommend this company to others. So these are some of the indicators that show whether are you happy. But I think the things that lead to a high score includes having a good boss who understands you, having work-life balance, meaning that you have your personal life and you're not just overworking. So there's a emphasis on not just work but people. And there is also this piece about team. So in the work that I do with high performance team, a lot of it has to do with whether you agree with the vision of the company and how that translates into your personal value. So especially with Gen Z these days, they want to work for a company with real purpose. So if you want to have a place that has huge purpose, then it's about that alignment. So if you have the alignment at the team level, that's when your team will be strong. And it's said that people will come to work because they have friends in the office. Of course, pay is a good thing. Of course, satisfaction is a good thing. But friends are very important. And often people leave the job because they're not happy with the boss or they're not happy with the team. So that happiness is really about the bonding, the alignment of vision and purpose, and being able to work closely together and be vulnerable with one another and know that you are supported.
Definitely. And we could go on for the whole day, but we have a lot of ground to cover. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you for your insights. We hope to see you back again. And our gather was well. Over to you, Christopher.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back once again. And thank you very much, Lynn and Anne, for an amazing fireside chat where they were talking about AI for leadership and self-discovery in the workplace. But on this almighty panel that we have here, some of the most credible people in the world are here right now. And we're going to be talking about the new era of AI-powered education. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick a quick 30-second introduction with everybody. And then once we've had our quick introduction, then we'll get straight into the questions because there is a lot to discuss on today's panel. So we will start with Alan, and then we'll go over to Patty, and then so on and so forth. So Alan, over to you, 30 seconds, far away.
Hi, thank you for having me. Great to be with you today. My name is Alan. I'm the founder of Studio Bahia. We use virtual reality in healthcare and for therapeutic purposes. We also manufacture a product. This is our product. It's a low-cost VR headset. This is our team. We manufacture in 7 factories in Bangladesh and China, and we sell to hospitals here in the US. This is our little VR headset and our kit. We also sell them online. We also do trial productions with Stanford, IIT Hyderabad, UC Davis, MIT. We do the VR content production for trials for reduction of anxiety, detection of Alzheimer's, dementia. So we work in healthcare and VR. We're a small nonprofit. But it's a pleasure to be with you today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us, Alan. And Patty, over to you.
Yeah, great to meet everyone here, and thanks for having me. I'm Patty. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rev Arts. We are a platform to support upcoming artists to advance their careers, and we run inspections, help them to find opportunities through AI, and we also teach them these days how to use AI to monetize their artwork and also to develop their art career. And besides that, I'm also being advisor for some education tech startups as well. Great to be here.
Thank you so much, Patty. And Shachar, is that how you say your name? Sorry.
Oz is fine. Oz is fine.
Moses. Okay.
My public identity. By day, I work for today in Lamborghini as a user experience developer designer on the infotainment on the car. By night, I do like Patty. I help a lot to educators because in my previous life before Lamborghini, I was a video game developer and designer.
Yeah.
And I combined my passion to education with working with teachers and increasing designing lesson plans and doing a lot in this area. So I actually had a lot of the combination between the super emergent technologies and also the working with the teachers directly and teaching myself.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Oz. And Ganesh, over to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Glad to be here. Privileged to be part of this panel as well. I am a founder and CEO of Akshaya.io, where Akshaya is into emerging technologies. We focus on AI and emerging technologies like blockchain and especially the immersive training space. So we are at the intersection of how we can transform education and training using immersive technology and AI as well. So other than the CEO role that I do at Akshaya, I am a serial entrepreneur. I have other companies that I also take care of, and I'm a vice chairman of IEEE local body too, so advisor for a few startups too. So thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Ganesh. And it sounds like Patty's also a serial entrepreneur too. So both of you are serial entrepreneurs, which is awesome. Adya, over to you. Welcome. You need to unmute your microphone and then you can speak. It's okay.
Technical errors, so sorry about that, but thank you so much for having me. My name is Adya. I'm a design director at Shunor, which is a design agency, but I'm also a founder of Academy of Art Design and Strategy, where we teach AI and strategy and design thinking for people around the world. I also am a trainer, mentor, and speaker with multiple events like Google and Women Tech Makers. So I'm very excited for this conversation because it's something that I'm deeply passionate about. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us, Adya. And Kaylee, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here. My name is Kaylee Brown. I work for Pearson, the global education company, and I work for an arm of Pearson called Pearson Labs. So we're R&D and experimentation with emerging technologies like AI, like speech computing, like blockchain, to see how we can apply these technologies to help our students, our teachers, our administrators, our districts, workforce, to help solve their problems.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. And last but not least, Laliana, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me here. I'm Iuliana. I'm from Romania. I'm an EdTech founder for Smart Synergy. It's a small company, a startup that I put bases here in Romania in order to introduce virtual reality and artificial intelligence to augment human skills development through well-being programs for corporate environment, through trainings, and also through psychotherapy. Besides of this, I'm also a philosophical counselor certified, and I'm trying to teach people critical thinking in order to not lose it with this new AI era.
That's actually really important, especially with TikTok and everything like that. Or was it the TikTok brains and all that sort of stuff? So good to have you with us, Laliana. And yeah, also, I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Russell Bundy. I'm the Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse, and I'm also the CEO at Madbob. Yeah, that's pretty much me in a summary. I won't go into too much details because, again, we've got a lot to discuss, and I have about 10 different questions that we've got to go through, and we've also got to get everyone's input involved in all this. So I just want to get straight in. So first question up is, how can educational institutes map the skills needed for the future workforce and align them with AI capabilities? Now, Ganesh, I'm going to bring you onto this because you're a superhero in this. So, and then we'll also hand it over to Adya after. So, Ganesh, over to you.
Okay, so yeah, so educational, yeah, of course, AI is transforming quite a lot. That means it's transforming the future job opportunities. What educational institute have to now do is adapt to what the future would look like. I think there's a huge gap on what is taught in the educational now institutions, university, and so on. It is more outdated on what the future job market would look like. I would think that they should focus on creating courseware that is focused on more of AI and what the future would now the jobs would look like, how the companies would transform themselves. How do you give more practical experience and training for that kind of a scenarios, and not just have a theory class that is outdated. So that's my opinion.
Oh no, I 100% agree with that. I think, you know, that the education needs to be heavily updated, because otherwise, if it isn't, you know, a lot of people who will be even, you know, passing their, you know, diplomas or you know, PhDs or whatever sort of education you're having right now, and you pass that, but then all of a sudden a year later your education's just gone. Well, you know, you're gonna have to relearn basically all over again. So Adia will bring you onto this, and Shansha and Patty, could you both mute your microphones whilst myself and Adia just have this conversation, and then I'll pass the mic over to you guys after. So Adia, over to you.
Wow. Okay. I think I completely agree with what was said about this topic. I think first it's very important to figure out what are the skills that we actually need to improve on, because it's a tool at the end of the day. So when we want to create a personalized experience or a more welcoming and diverse experience for educational institutions to have, because they have diversity and not all the students think the same way and they require different things. So it's very important to figure out how the curriculum that we build focuses on those requirements, and then engage AI to help facilitate that to happen, right?
Right.
Rather than thinking of AI as this one-stop shop for all the solutions and can fix all the problems in the world. I think seeing how we can continuously keep upskilling, because before AI also there was a big gap between what we learned and how reality was when we entered the workforce. So this is a problem that was much like, it's very old. It has been there for years, and I think it's about time that educational institutions figure out how we can be more dynamic in our approach to teaching and learning, and how we can use the credentials that we get from AI to enable critical thinking, enable how we can enable these skills for the real world, and use those skills to actually see how we can be successful rather than being isolated from the rest of the world.
No, yeah, 100% agree with that. Like Laniana brought up earlier, with critical thinking, I think it's so important as we go into the next phase, as I call the AI age. Yeah, it's more important now than ever to use critical thinking, and also you know, to learn as much AI as possible. Doesn't matter what your background is or what education you have or who you are. You know, you just gotta learn AI, keep up with the times. And I know AI is speeding up very, very, very fast, but you just gotta try and keep up. Like, we're all in the same boat here. We're all trying to keep up as fast as it's going. So, but thank you very much, Adriana. So the next question, which is, how far can AI go in tailoring education to individual learners and needs? So we're going to go to Patty, and then we'll go to you, Oz, after. So Patty, over to you.
Yeah, I'd like to share some perspective because we work with artists a lot, and
Sure.
we hear so many times they talked with us to say, hey, they haven't learned any business skills or practical skills to survive. Use what they have learned, right? When they went to the university to get BFA or MFA, it's usually focused on studio art, learning how to paint, how to do sculptural. Then they enter into the society, and they don't know how to make a living out of it. So I think AI can give like very exciting, because we've been spending so many years teaching them about how to, operate our business, how to do those business skills, but different people have different foundations. And it's very, very hard if we just run like webinars or workshops or in-person, those kind of classes. It's very, very hard to answer everyone's specific questions. And I think AI can change that, and which is amazing. And we are also trying to adopt that in our current, the process as well. And I think that's very exciting for the future education.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting how AI is very personalized or AI is personalizing from one to the other. Oz, I'm going to bring you straight in. I can see your ego, my friend. Let's get into this conversation. Come on, Oz.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Come on, join in.
The only thing I want to say, or the main and most important thing I would like to add right here, right now, is that the about the importance of the teacher. we keep adding AI, and like you said, it's too fast and it's too. Well, no, it's a technology. So personally, I disagree with that statement of technology must go and we must follow and we must. No, we can turn off technology. We can turn off something. So I would not say now we need to do all of this, but definitely the teacher's location in all of my, let's say, in all of the years of, I don't know, 20 years I've been working with teachers, let's say, I think that there is no replacement for the human connection. This is one. And the second, so where, yes, we can add is where in the situation, the obvious situation where we have a lot of kids that all of them are different. As a user experience designer, this is a terrible situation to design application for. So if you want to design application for someone, you need your audience to be somewhat similar, but in a classroom, everybody is very different because they are different people with different needs. So at the end of the day, what we could do is somehow use AI in order to input big data that we have on our students, backgrounds, knowledge, status, families, I don't know, and then help us as teachers to address the situation differently, for example.
Interesting, because it kind of makes me think, right? Like, you know, how I was saying to Christopher earlier with the whole school thing, and there's a school that has entire AI system where everyone's just learning from AI only. So I kind of, and I just want to fire this kind of question back to you, Oz, and then we'll continue the discussion around to Alan and Laliana, sorry, which is like, do you think that the AI, personalization and system is wrong, or do you think it could be a combination of both? Like as in, do you think they can coexist with each other?
I can tell you as a person who worked on during a year a few years in Intel, I was working in, I don't remember, 2017, 15, I don't remember exactly, but it was we developed a camera that was able to detect your facial expressions and these kind of things. And we developed a system that could detect emotions or facial expressions, and hopefully be able to detect your concentration and how well you are concentrated on the matter, and then to help predict if you are comfortable with this exercise that you are doing as a student or not. So at the end of the day, the goal, it's good. So if I am going to develop an emotional recognition system that is actually able to detect emotions of the user on the other side of the machine, theoretically, the AI could be terrific in understanding and talking to you and engaging with you and all of that. But nowadays, when I see the world and how we behave as a society and humanity towards the AI, I am actually quite afraid about developing and allowing the development of this kind of technology, because I am kind of afraid of what the implication would be. So I would kind of refrain from doing this at the moment, because unless we kind of learn how to embrace those technologies correctly, let's say.
Well, thank you for answering that, Oz, because obviously that wasn't one of the questions on the list, but it's just kind of something that I thought of at the time. So, but anyway, welcome back, Kaylee. Hopefully you don't disconnect it once again. But anyway, I just want to say a quick hello also to Rose Ashford, who's watching on YouTube right now, Andrea C, and also William Jackson as well. Okay, so my next question, which is, will AI disrupt the traditional teacher-student dynamic and what the implications are? And obviously, we just touched on that with Oz. So we'll go over to yourself, Alan, and then we'll head over to Liliana, and then obviously we'll head over to you as well, Kaylee. So don't worry, you're still going to be answering. It's all good.
Thank you. We're a design studio, and so we have clients come to us, and we had a client this summer request a product that would encourage students to be interested and excited about mathematics. And so we we came up with Math Matrix. The name is terrible. It's just the first
Okay.
thing we're going to call it.
Okay, I like it. I like it. I like the cheesiness. It's good.
But what it
You
is
should have kept
basically,
it.
I don't like that name at all, but
I
we
love
had
it.
to call it something. We're like, let's just call it Math Matrix for now. Okay, but it's a horrible name. But what it basically is a generative world building as a teacher's assistant in virtual reality. And so what happens is that the teacher and the students meet inside a virtual landscape, and they're able to visualize mathematics. And what makes a difference in that is a lot of us, 80%, 90% of what our brain processes is visual. And we're very visual beings. And so having mathematics be visualized and available for students in that way just makes it more exciting. It makes it easier to learn as well. And so the whole, as we designed it, we started to design the draft of it this summer. We looked at how it would become, the teacher becomes more of a mentor, of a facilitator, as opposed to the content creator. Because what you would have is the generative AI. It's world building, basically. So it's visualizing the different mathematical equations, different mathematical works, and then the students working in them as a team. And the teacher's basically facilitating the curriculum, the deadlines, the process, the schedules, and takes not a secondary role. It's still there. It's still more of a team effort. And so we're just developing this right now, but we started to think ourselves, we need to contextualize this. Mathematics is an evolution over, people build upon the last great mathematicians' equations, and they keep building and building on them. So now we're changing, and we're looking at putting all of these visualization exercises within civilizations that did great discoveries in mathematics, such as like the Mayas, the Babylonians, the Indians. And so in that virtual context, they're able to both visualize the progression of mathematics and where they are within that progression, and be able to be motivated to create new findings in mathematics. So sorry for the long-winded answer. I was like, we don't even know if we can do this, because we were talking to the client, we're like, this hasn't been invented. This is like putting ChatGPT with Midjourney as a teacher's assistant in a virtual. And I said, I don't know if we're going to make this up as we go. So I don't know if we're going to complete it, but I just wanted to add that dynamic with the teacher. She becomes more of and the student, they become, it's like a board, but it's a lot more live, and it's dynamic, and it's responding to you. And so it's a different dynamic happening.
Sure, no, that's very interesting. And like that whole mathematics and being able to see that, that's definitely so interesting and different. And I've never heard of that before. So thank you for sharing that, actually, Alan. That's really awesome that you're doing that. I really appreciate that. Okay, we need to get on to the next question, because we've got like 5 or 6 questions left. So we're going to find the next question. Then we go to Liliana and Kaylee on this one, which is, how can AI prompt creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving in learners? So I guess that kind of comes back to the teacher sort of student dynamic. But how can AI prompt these different creativity, and critical thinking and problem solving? So Kaylee, we'll start with you, and then Liliana, we head to you after.
Awesome, thank you. So I think that what underpins this entire conversation for me is just the idea that education really needs to go through a systems change. So if you think about when education was first thought of in the industrial age, it was created to create factory workers who follow the same processes over and over again, right? And that's how we educate. We educate based on the same process that each student learns. Every student has to reach a certain level of proficiency. There's no room for this sort of individualization in the system as a whole. So I think that we really need to go back to the system of education and think about how that changes. And what does the future of education look like? And I think this goes back to what the future skills are needed for work. And so there's some ideas about portrait of a graduate, which includes things like students need to be able to critically think and problem solve and all these sorts of things. So I think that we call them soft skills, right? So I think in training these soft skills, you have to think about how AI really plays into all of that, because students, when they graduate, are going to have access to this tool And it has a potential to create a new digital divide for students in terms of a have and have not. I have used AI before in my education to solve problems, to think critically. I have not. I've just been trained to be this kind of factory worker that churns out the same thing over and over again. Right. So just as an example of something that you can use AI to teach, I know there's a lot of concern around using AI to cheat. And I think that as a teacher, if you have an assignment where students can use AI to cheat, then maybe it's not the right assignment. Right.
Well, I think maybe you have to have another AI system to be able to detect that, right? Like to stop that from happening. You say, "Oh, I see you're cheating on your little exam there, right? Our AI system has detected this, so like don't even try to use ChatGPT because we see it right through it."
Well, even beyond that, right? If a student can use ChatGPT to cheat, then it's just another version of a process that is easily followed, right? It's not pulling on those higher level thinking skills of critical thinking, of problem solving. So as an example, right, a student or a teacher can assign students, say, go to ChatGPT, have it spit you out 3 articles based on 3 different viewpoints on this one focal issue. Once you do that, I'm going to put you in discussion groups and you discuss what you think about it and how you would solve the problem based on what AI just gave you, right? So suddenly the student can't use ChatGPT to cheat because they're encouraged to use it in the actual assignment and they have to come up with what they personally think about it. It becomes more individualized. Students start understanding what their skills are, what their opinions are, which is totally different from how we educate currently. Because how we educate currently is the teacher is the imparter of knowledge and students have to follow along with whatever the teacher says and thinks and do things in the teacher's way. But we're now changing the system to be more about students becoming their own people and being able to contribute to society in a totally new and different way, in a more creative way.
For sure, no, I completely agree. The system does need to be changed. And Liliana will quickly bring you onto this because obviously we don't have much time, but I want you to kind of just follow up from what Kaylee is saying, which is what are your thoughts on that? Do you think also the system needs to be changed, etc.? From what Kaylee was saying, and also Liliana, you need to unmute your microphone as well, just so you know.
Yes, thank you. I forgot about it. Yeah, so yeah, I agree with Kaylee. The system somehow must be changed. The actual system is based on memorizing and competition and knowledge retention, most of it. And I think there must be a switch to creativity, critical thinking, problem solving skills, empathy skills, but the most important, ethical reasoning. Because all the students must learn how to use technology in an ethical way, not for the profit, but for their personal learning and their keeping their human side. And this is something that I'm trying to promote. Let's use tech to keep our humanity alive, because most of the students from now, they are learning about AI, and like Kaylee said, some of them are learning how to use AI to cheat. But the idea is not to cheat. It's how to use AI to augment your skills, how to use AI to augment your human skills, how to learn from AI to take some decisions that are ethical and are not oriented only on the objective, but also keeps your humanity in place when you take the decisions. And for this system to change, I think the first must be the teachers that should change. They must learn how to use AI in an ethical way and how to give to their students, to transfer to their students the ethical reasoning, and then start to learn, to teach actually the students how to use AI to boost their creativity, to boost their critical thinking, and also their problem-solving skills.
I mean, Oz, I can see you nodding your head down there. You're very like yes. Oz, I know you want to jump in on this question, but I want to actually kind of ask you a question which is related to changing the system, which is how can we rethink like the assessment and grading in an AI powered learning system?
This is actually a very good task or use case of AI. This is because I don't know. Well, I think here we know teachers and but I don't know how people outside who are maybe parents to students your teacher works after the time that he is spending in class with your child. So they are doing phone calls with parents. They are doing checking tests, of course, depending on the country, etc., and your the way that your contract is built, or I don't know. But at the end of the day, the automatic checking of tests of work, this is actually quite a good use case, I would say, for AI systems. And then, because if you insert the automatic grading and so on and so forth, this could be done. But at the end, I would say there should be some sort, like Kaylee was saying, the system that Kaylee was speaking about. That's where I was really nodding, because also for the ethical parts of Liliana, but the system of the little human touch at the end to understand if the student is really on the way, if he really wrote the things or AI wrote it, etc., etc. But I would say this is a very nice use case for the technology.
I absolutely agree. I know Kaylee. Go on, Kaylee. 20 seconds, because we've got to go to the next question. But go ahead.
Yeah,
you want to jump in.
Yeah, I'm really passionate about this. I actually started my career in assessments. So this is something that I've always been passionate about, is AI in assessments. And I think that in order to change the system, it has to start with assessments, because as much as we tell teachers don't teach to the assessment, that's what ends up happening, because that's how everything is run, is based on assessment. So that's the first thing that needs to change, I think. And when you're talking about AI in assessments, there's a lot more ways now to assess instead of the traditional pen and paper and grading. These are all incremental changes that you can implement AI in, sure, writing questions, grading questions. But with AI, it opens up a whole new opportunity of how we assess. So it's about stealth assessment, which we've talked about for years and years and never really had a way to do until now. We have all of the data of students, how they do their assignments. That can become a way of assessment. Or with, ChatGPT, they can chat with a chatbot, and that's how they can be assessed, as in more natural languages. Suddenly, you've now removed this idea of students not being motivated to be assessed and not being motivated to do their best, is because it's more engaging and a different type of assessment than just the traditional pen and paper, sit down and have this really stressful situation. So.
Well, Hassan has just commented on LinkedIn. He's just said, very informative discussion. So he's really liking this, our discussion today. And also Lynn says, interesting concept, Alan, for the maths idea. I love it. I love the name. But anyway, let's go to the next question, which is, what are the potential drawbacks of over-reliance on AI in learning, and how can these be mitigated? And Adya, I can see you nodding your head, so you can fire in on this, and then we'll go to Ganesh, the serial entrepreneur.
I mean, I think this is also two-faced. Like even teachers, when they start learning, and we've spoken about training our the educators in learning AI and how to use it, but also from the students' point of view, it's not just for cheating or for finishing up the assignment or anything. I think nothing can replace human thinking and how we actually analyze and solve a problem, whatever that might be, because AI is not actually thinking and adapting. It's just using information that it has access to and then producing a compilation of all of the information it's brought together to give you the output. So it's definitely something that we can use for research purposes with the quantity that it can process at the time, and then help us to actually form an idea and form a conclusion. So I think over-reliance is already happening. Even though AI is just about beginning in the mass market, it's already something that we're over-reliant on. And we feel, and I think we, in the sense, people who are not actually understanding what AI is supposed to be or can be, and the potential of it, the people who want to use it on their day-to-day basis, especially students, they feel like it's giving them the best answer possible because it's able to decipher from history and all of the information. But truly it isn't, because it's just giving you the information that it has pre-stored, but it has not evolved with the time. So it's not changed. It's just the most updated information that it has. So in terms of mitigating it, is first to educate that it doesn't actually give you the best or the right answers, right? AI hallucinations are a thing. We're suffering with getting the same answer over and over again. And I have done a few tests on this to see what exactly does it spit out. And sometimes it's giving you the same point over and over and over and over again, right? It's not
Right.
really making any sense, doesn't have an opinion, doesn't have a point of view. It's just giving you information. And that also is causing a lot of information overload, because students today believe that their papers can, like 5,000 words can be written in a snap of a minute, and it makes sense. But if you really read it and you really go into the depths of it, it doesn't. So I think number one is not just to look at all the positives of this tool, because AI is a tool, right? How we use it is up to us, and how we spear that system is up to us. So I think first is awareness. Is, are we actually using it for, I mean, the best way that we can? Is AI, I mean, is this only to write a paper for me? Or can we look at how I can go and learn and educate myself and then form an opinion of that? And mitigation will of course come from people who have like have a panel like how we're discussing this, but also look at it from the point of view of what are the restrictions that we can have, especially with education. Is that
Adia, I gotta jump in because we're running out of time. But well, if you want to finish your point quickly, because I want to get Ganesh on this.
Very quickly, I think just that we need to first understand that when we look at mitigating, it comes back to assessment, right? Is
Right.
to try to figure out that these are the things that we can use it for, and these are the things that we need to actually stop and think and use our God gifted mind and see what we can actually do with it, with the information that we have.
Yes. No. Thank you very much, Adia, for getting to your point. Appreciate it. Ganesh, let's bring you on this quickly. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Adia said. Is the over reliance on AI is already happening. I would relate to usage of maybe calculators today, right? So can you take away calculators? In olden days, simple math, we used to do that in head. We used to remember the numbers, multiplications, and so on. Now we don't even realize that even simple addition of single digits, we have to open up a calculator for that, right? So I think AI would eventually become that. You cannot take away calculator, right? You cannot take away computers from you. We are reliant on computers already. I think that is what is eventually going to happen with AI as well. It is like electricity, our computers, our phones, our calculators. That will happen. But
100% agree with that.
yes,
So,
so
go ahead.
absolutely that is something that is going to happen. How do we mitigate that? And I love the idea what Alan said is maybe change the education in connecting other elements into what you're learning. For example, you may not be great in math, but can you connect history to math and show them how the history has changed? Maybe I'm super interested in history. I particularly was not great in math, but I am very curious on history. Now you made a connection between history and math, and you are making a story. Then I'm much more engaged. I'm more involved, right? So those are the things that I think we should focus on. That is something that we are also doing in our company, is simulating, not just collecting the history, but can you simulate and predict things that could go wrong? For example,
Right.
chemistry class. If you mix two chemicals, and can you show what would go wrong? Because you cannot really show that. You're not allowed to do certain things in education. So can you simulate the things that you are not allowed, but just give them ability to understand that? Because that also makes me understand better, right? So those are the things that we need to look at.
Absolutely. I've just seen some comments flying in here. Anna Faye says, Leadership Coaching School says, Anne Faye, love this discussion. Hassan also says, thank you for mentioning. Thanks for the mention earlier. And there's a couple other questions, but we can't get to them because we've got a load of questions ourselves, and we've literally got like 4 or 5 minutes left on the clock. So we're gonna have to speed these up. So on this question: what future developments in AI could dramatically change learning? So, Patty, I'm going to bring you onto this, and then we're going to just kind of go like one, per question kind of thing, and then once we get to the end, then we'll kind of open the discussion up. So, Patty, over to you on this question.
Yeah, this is a really very big question, but I kind of want to follow up on what just Ganesh said. It's like, are we going to lose the skills in just the basics, do the calculation or read literature, remember stuff, those historical facts or something like that? Is a good thing? I actually have this question as well, probably to other panelists on this roundtable, because for me, I think remembering or having the basic, for example, the calculation skill, I think is still very important these days, but it might change us. Probably we don't have so much time or so much, opportunity to practice this. So that's kind of one like future development I want to mention. And also it's kind of a question I want to throw to others as well. Another is, so we, because I live in the Bay Area, which we see the development of AI and also with other things, which kind of amazing. And one thing I keep thinking is, I see a lot of robotic is, developing together with AI, and it's a possibility in the future. Actually, our teacher is not a human being anymore, and it's become like, the robotics. Because when I do have friends running those robotic companies, and they're showing this to me, and which was like crazy. This really become very creepy for me as well. And
sorry, just jump in. You're on about the human AI, like where they have like the AIs are walking around as like if they're humans, but they're kind of not at the moment in time until they get sort of like the motions and stuff like that. Is that kind of what you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like carry on.
Yeah, so that's kind of like two things, the future development. I think one is gradually changing our learning process. Another is, I don't know what we are going to have, a like completely new word, probably 50 or 30, even 30 years later. Yeah. So like to hear other people's opinion on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think even by 2050, like I think I saw some crazy stats saying that there'll be like 4 billion people in outer space or something like that, or billion people in outer space. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, so if AI goes that far, and also AI does, rockets, and AI does education, and AI does everything kind of thing, and there's a billion people going to be in outer space where they're going to be educated by AI and everything on Mars and, the moon and stuff like that. That to me, that looks freaking crazy. I was like, wow, like if that's actually going to happen, like that's mind blowing. Like we're all on this planet Earth right now, and the fact that we're going to be on another planet being educated, that's crazy. Like, yeah. But anyway, Katie Brown, I'll bring you onto this because Patty would like to hear someone else's point of view. So, Kaylee, come on. I know you have a lot to say.
I think that there's always going to be a place for a human teacher. I think it kind of goes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier on about that teacher-student interaction, the relationship and trust that's being built there. If you think about the best teacher you ever had, your most favorite teacher, it's not because they had a huge knowledge base. It's not because they answered all of your questions exactly correctly, right? It's because they had a passion for education. They were able to connect with you on a personal level. They were able to use personal anecdotes to make you connect to the material. These are all human things that AI can't do, and a robot definitely can't do, right? As of yet, and maybe I'll be wrong, and in the future they'll have super
two years time, there's a robot going around.
yeah, but I think that there is a human aspect to it, and as we're training students to kind of grow up in this new world with AI becomes their second brain, and they become more of creative generalists. The people who are going to do really well in this world are those who are adaptable and who can have that human aspect of it that AI can't do. And so what does that mean? How do we educate toward that? And what human skills do we need to teach with an AI background and with an AI as a second brain? Kind of creative generalists know a little bit about a lot of things so that you can query AI to figure out how to solve problems, how to create, how to add to the system. How do you add to the AI system, add to the knowledge base that's already there, and not just regurgitate what's been done in history.
No, I think it's very interesting as well with the whole AI agent side and how they're going to be also play their role within this too. I do find it very interesting, actually, including the human AI side as well. And if they're going to be having feelings and emotions and everything like that as well, I mean, it's just going to be crazy eventually. But so the next question is, what long-term societal effects could arise from AI-powered education on the next generation of learners? So, Laniana, I want to bring you in on this, and then we will, if we have time, I'll fire it over to Oz as well. So, Laniana, over to you. There we go.
Thank you for this. I think AI-powered education could create a generation of highly adaptable and critical thinkers who could be prepared for the complexities of the workforce. But as I said before, and many of us said in this panel, it's very important how people use the AI and how the students are the current students are taught to use the AI, so that in the future these teachings could be implemented somehow. And it's very important also to balance this technological era with an emphasis on human values, on empathy, and like I said before, ethical reasoning. Because it could also lead this new AI.
Oh, emergency happened there. Okay. You're back. You're back, Laniana. Sorry, you broke up there.
Sorry.
We didn't hear what you said.
I didn't saw I was broke up. Okay. So what I said before is that it's very important to balance this technology with emphasis on human values, with empathy, but also with ethical reasoning. Because this AI-powered education could also lead to a more detached transactional approach to human interaction. And I think we don't want to lose our human side. And
100%. Sorry, no, yeah, I was just agreeing because I really believe what you're saying there is 100%. We don't want to be losing our human side at all, because that's the worst thing that could happen. But yeah, please finish what you're saying.
Yes, but we can use this AI to continue to promote actually this human side, to consult ChatGPT when we have an emotional problem, and to learn to still be humans, to use virtual reality to connect with our friends, not only with WhatsApp or other text-based communication, but also with virtual reality, because now virtual reality is much more accessible than a few years ago, and it's much more evolved. We can teach people around us to learn to use technology, but to control the technology, not to let the technology to control us for profit, to control us for efficiency, to control us for any other things that could be made much more simple with technology. But actually, it's important to choose when to use technology to make our life simpler.
Sure. No, I 100% agree. Then we just had a comment actually from Sheridan Tatsuno. He said other types of AI robots being considered for mainstream adoption: toys, dolls, lamps, etc. Thanks for your comment, Sheridan. And Oz, finish this up. We've got about 30 seconds, and then we've got to momentary jump off. So, Oz, I'll hand over to you. What are your thoughts? What Liliana was saying. What do you think of this question?
I would say short, because you also said to Alan. So I will say in short, the big long-term effect from my point of view is the trust. We creating trust between humans would be more difficult when we don't know if you are a human or an AI that I'm speaking with. And and I would go to Alan.
Ganesh, you want to jump in quickly? I know you unmute your microphone. 30 seconds, quick.
No, I completely agree with Liliana. I think being ethical and making sure the AI is not biased in terms of culture, just that various elements that humans are exposed to, the beliefs and religious beliefs and so on. So hopefully that bias, we have to be very careful. At the same time, I'm very optimistic on AI. It does open up wide exposure. It gives us access to the things that we don't have currently, and not just the historical, but even the cultural and much more wider exposure.
That's it. That's all from us. Thank you so much for everyone on the panel. Make sure you follow everyone on the LinkedIns. Go and check them out. These are great guys on here. Solo entrepreneurs, experts. We've got them all on the panel, so make sure you follow them all. And that's it from me and from the panel. And over to you, Christopher. Our gather.
Hi everyone. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about how we are leveling the playing field with generative AI. So let me start with a story. I remember the moment that changed everything for me. So one day I was at a quiet walk in Minno Park, which is in Osaka, Japan, and it was autumn time. So I was surrounded by the peaceful beauty of nature and the beautiful autumn leaves when it suddenly hit me. Now, despite all the advancement in technology, people are still very fearful of AI, thinking that artificial intelligence will replace them, instead of seeing AI as their ally to improve our health, our well-being, and also increase our wealth. Now, these people were missing out on all the incredible potential that AI offers. So, when ChatGPT was introduced to the world, the popularity and ease of use of generative AI made me realize my vision. If we do not make AI our ally in today's age of algorithm, people's life will never be truly transformed and empowered. Now, this was an epiphany moment, and the idea completely transformed the way I viewed technology and its role in the world. I knew that if I could help people, especially entrepreneurs, harness AI in its purest form, without all that unnecessary limiting belief that many people hold, like they are not good in tech or AI is too complicated, I could then empower many entrepreneurs to achieve things that we all never thought was possible. And therefore, with one verifiable case study in Japan as the start, AI Visionary Society was born. So when I first started sharing this vision, the first person who onboarded was a Japanese entrepreneur, and we have since helped him get media attention, great partnerships, and of course, increased top-line revenue with the power of generative AI. I wanted to create a movement. I wanted to show people that AI could level the playing field, giving everyone from large corporations to solo entrepreneurs the same powerful tools to succeed. And here is why AI is such an amazing game changer. In the past, if you want to compete in the business world, you have to have a lot of money. You needed a lot of resources. You needed a big team. You needed access. You needed great technology, which of course is a big sunk cost. No, but with generative AI, this is no longer the case. AI is like an equalizer, giving everyone the same opportunities to succeed, regardless of their starting point. And of course, one of the most exciting part is generative AI. I remember being amazed at how generative AI could create content, design, videos, and even full marketing campaigns with just a few clicks. Now, can you imagine the possibilities for experts, service providers, small and medium-sized business owners? Whatever you are doing, as long as it's creative, generative AI is your secret weapon as long as you know how to treat it like an ally. Whether you're a seasoned tech expert or just starting out with zero tech knowledge, generative AI helps you bring your ideas to life successfully. So, as I go on making many keynotes globally on emerging tech, Web3, AI, Metaverse, sharing the practical and transformative power of AI with audiences worldwide, everywhere I went, I met people who were ready to make AI their allies and use it to change their life for the better. So, you see, at the end of the day, it's about actual human life. Every week, I hear from people who use AI to overcome challenges, improve their life, improve their health, make their life even better. So the point here is, how can we start using AI to level the playing field? The answer is simple. Dive in and explore the possibilities. Generative AI can help us all create, innovate, and grow our business. So here is an invitation for you to join our community dedicated to helping entrepreneurs, experts, and innovators like yourself harness the full potential of AI. I encourage you to make AI your ally today, and let's transform the world together. Scan this QR code for more details.
Hi, I'm Umang Verma, and today I'll talk to you about mitigating bias in enterprise AI systems. In my day job, I lead a team of cloud architects for Oracle for APAC. I'm also an independent speaker and blogger on emerging tech and Gen AI. I'm doing this session in my personal capacity, and therefore the views expressed here are my own and not necessarily reflective of my organization. Now, how big an issue is bias in AI systems? As you can see, some medical AI models have not been successful in predicting skin cancer in non-Caucasian skin types. There have been biases in recruitment. Even in law enforcement, wrongful arrests have been made based on biased AI algorithms. So let's understand AI biases in some more detail. There are three kinds of biases in large enterprises. There are algorithmic biases, data collection biases, and modeling biases. Now, algorithmic biases are biases in the AI algorithm itself. They're often reflective of the developer biases of the developers who've built them. So for example, studies have shown that in some developing countries, people with a lower socioeconomic status have a much better loan repayment record than wealthier people. Now, credit scoring models trained on data in developed countries might disregard these nuances, and it might actually be biased against people from lower socioeconomic status, right? But imagine if you were to deploy these models in developing countries, the output would not be great. Another example is hiring algorithms, right? A model trained on historical hiring data could perpetuate gender or racial biases. The past data itself is biased. Now, this leads to a company's brand being affected and ethical concerns being raised against its products and services. The other kind of bias is data collection bias, right? So for example, in customer segmentation, a retailer that collects data primarily from urban areas might develop marketing strategies that exclude rural customers. Or in healthcare AI, a medical algorithm trained on data from predominantly Caucasian populations might be less accurate in diagnosing conditions for patients of other ethnicities. Now, the third kind of bias is modeling bias. This often arises from limitations of the model itself, independent of data quality or algorithmic flows. This could be due to overfitting of the model on the training data, leading to biased predictions, especially for minority groups or outlier cases. Or it could be the feature engineering itself, right? For instance, a model predicting loan default might exclude important socioeconomic factors, leading to discriminatory outcomes. So if certain features are excluded or poorly represented, the model may produce biased results, right? So what can enterprises do to handle bias? Enterprises can do three things. Okay. Transparency, which means explain the model's decision-making process. Explainability, which means explain, for example, if the model gives you a recommendation, any SOP-related recommendation should not come from Wikipedia, for example, but are grounded in reality, and the model can cite the source of that policy. Third is human in the loop. So AI will not initiate action, but it will only offer a recommendation to a human who then takes an action. Now, one of the most effective ways of doing that in organization is using retrieval augmented generation, or RAG. What is RAG? RAG ensures that the AI system only looks at your enterprise data to answer any questions. It will not source your query response from the internet or external unverified sources. It will only look at your internal sources, be it your core banking, your service systems, your ERP, your CRM, and your other enterprise systems. So the answer will be given only from your own enterprise systems, which can be cited as a source, which is trusted and verified, rather than looking at the World Wide Web for answers to your queries. What are the benefits? Some of the benefits are that it gives you citations for better explainability. It can ground your answers in enterprise data for improved auditing to surface any biases and eliminate them. So if you see any biases, you can then explore the root cause and understand where those biases come from and eliminate them. It updates the data used by the model to become more representative. It also allows you to extend foundational models, eliminating any latent bias there in those models. So in conclusion, enterprises can eliminate bias by using RAG-based systems, putting in proper model auditing processes, and by constantly evaluating the model training data for any biases. This can help drive successful AI adoption in large enterprises. Thank you for your time, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn for any follow-up discussions. Thank you.
One day, Sarah came to me hopping mad. "I hate you, boss." I was like, "What happened? What did I do?" He replied, "Don't you know? It's that time of the year again. The next few days are going to be very miserable for me, doing all the consolidation of the survey, analyzing them, coming up with the recommendation, and put them into a report for you. It's going to take me a week." Sarah, she's the kind of HR person everyone loves. Hardworking, meticulous, and great with people. But even she has her kryptonite. And that is analyzing surveys, producing report. Those are like broccolis to her. She hated it, but she knows that she has to do it. It is tedious, it is time consuming. And just like many of us, we don't like it too. So today, I'm going to talk about how we could make AI our friend and companion for HR professional, just like anyone else in other industry. Hi, I'm Kester, and I'm the CEO of the People Decoder. Curious about what happened to Sarah after that outburst? Well, she didn't wait around for the big complex platform to come in and save her day. Instead, I passed her my AI tool and she started using them and began integrating simple AI tools into her daily routine. Before I know it, AI became her new best friend. Let me show you what Sarah did. She consolidated the survey results, took the AI prompts that I gave her, put them into ChatGPT, and this is what she received. Sentiment analysis with summary, conclusion, and even recommendations that she could very quickly put into a report. Sarah was having so much fun using AI tools. She even took what ChatGPT had given her, cleaned them up, found an AI reporting tool, put them into an AI reporting tool, and this was the beautiful report that she submitted to me and subsequently to the management. Instead of 2 weeks or maybe even 1 week, all she did was 20 minutes and everything was done for her. So like Sarah, you don't have to wait for some big tech company to give you complex, chunky AI platform, because this often leaves us behind and saddles us with a lot of change management to do. Yes, I can see some of you nodding your heads. AI can be our best friend in HR. What you saw just now was just one sample. There are many more easy ways for HR to be our true ally, making our work lives easier and more enjoyable. No one likes to be left behind or to play catch up. But what we can do is start small. Start by integrating simple AI tools into our daily work routine. This approach not only makes transition smoother, but also keep us moving at the pace of AI revolution. So, are you ready to start? All that you need to do is scan the QR code to get a copy of the tips that I've gave Sarah. Try it out on your own on ChatGPT. Enjoy the outcome, fine-tune, and play again. Sarah loves me after this, and AI has become her best friend. I hope AI will become your best friend soon. I'm Castor. Till we meet again. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome everyone to another amazing roundtable. And in this panel, we're going to be talking about smart campuses, the future of educational institutes. And I'm very excited to talk about this because I actually live near Cambridge. So, and apparently my mic is very loud, so I've just turned that down a little bit. And yeah, we already have an amazing panel lined up with us today. We've got David, Alaz, David, and Tess. David, if you could just mute your microphone, please, that'd be really much appreciated. And we'll start with Tess. We'll get an introduction from yourself first, and then we'll go over to David, Alaz, and then David. So, Tess, over to you. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Welcome to everyone. I'm Tess McKinney. I'm the leader behind X Renegades. What we do is we help education and healthcare implement virtual reality and immersive technologies. We also help small businesses, small XR businesses with their LinkedIn or social media marketing, as well as headset setup for $50 per headset. So I'm happy to be here and happy to talk about education.
It's great to have you with us, Tess. Thank you so much for joining us. Alice, if you can mute your microphone just for a second.
Yes.
I'll go to David. David, can you unmute your microphone and just give us a 30-second introduction? Alice, if you can mute your microphone, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm David. I'm a CEO at Compass AI. So Compass AI is a learning experience platform that helps people get into tech easily, right? So we help with personalized recommendation and resources for tech enthusiasts who are struggling to get into tech. So it's an AI who is your chat buddy, who is your assistant that could actually help your transition into tech, smooth. And I also own about 10 years of experience, working in AI as well. So yeah, thank you. And
amazing
chat as well.
Thank you so much for joining us, David. Pleasure having you with us. Alaz, over to you. A quick 30-second introduction from yourself, and then we'll head over to David next. If you want to unmute your microphone now, then you can speak.
Yeah, sure. Now, how is it right now?
Yeah, you can
All
speak
right,
now. Yeah.
great. Thanks so much. It's Alasan. Actually, I am the learning and development lead at GatherVerse. We are a technology company focusing on the learning industry and professional development through the immersive technologies and artificial intelligence. And I am so happy to being here. I hope I will share my experience and knowledge with you soon.
For sure. Thank you very much, Alaz, for joining us. And if you could just mute your microphone once again, because what we do is we pass the microphone around to people. So if you could mute your microphone once you finish talking, that would be great, Alaz. Thank you so much. David, over to you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is David Benjamin, and I am an author of the MetaWeb book. It's called The MetaWeb, The Next Level of the Internet. And I'm also founder of Bridget DAO and a council member. A lot of my focus is on how we can transform the internet experience by having a meta layer on top of the content layer that we're used to.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us, David. And I noticed you've got Web4 Foundation as well. Is that correct? Is that's your company as well, David? If you can just unmute your microphone quickly. Oh, no, he's just disconnected. All right, and Catherine, over to you. Welcome. Quick 30-second introduction from yourself, and then we'll get straight into the questions. So please introduce yourself, Catherine.
Hi, my name is Catherine Kalila Rice. I'm a founder of Kalila.xyz. I'm an artist. I'm a student. I'm a technologist. And much of the work that I do, I use technology to help people communicate better, to learn more of the soft skills about empathy and different experiences. And my team and I work on different projects using virtual reality, metaverse, 360 film and photography, and there's a bit of automation AI in that as well. So that's a little bit of what I do. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Catherine. It sounds like you're first at hand there using the AI systems and everything like that. So from a student's point of view, it'll be very interesting to have those discussions with yourself. And Majitsu, you have just joined us at the right time. So welcome. Could you give us a 30-second introduction from yourself of who you are and what you do?
All right, thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Welcome to the show.
My name is Majizu. Thank you so much. My name is Majizu Daniel Moses. I'm the Executive Director of Africa Tech for Development Initiative. At the Africa Tech for Development Initiative, we are trying to advance human-centered, responsible, and ethical artificial intelligence and ensure that we ensure the usage of global tech for social good. We're also trying to bridge as much as possible the inclusion gap by carrying out modalities in place to ensure that marginalized communities are part of the conversation in tech and artificial intelligence, as well as ensuring that we create a sustainable development afterthought whereby tech can not just be usable but sustainable and to advance global collaborations in the areas of research for emerging tech frontiers. And these are many more of what we do at the Africa Tech for Development Initiative by ensuring that global communities in the South, global South, are part of the conversations on artificial intelligence and also contribute their quota towards the growth and development of research in AI.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to straight to our very first question. Also, Majitsu, sorry, is that how you're saying your name? Is it Majitsu? Majitsu?
Majitsu.
Yeah, Majitsu, if you could just mute your microphone. What we do is, as we ask questions, we bring people in at certain times, and they come in and join the discussion. So if you could just mute your microphone, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so the first question is, which emerging technologies are transforming learning experiences on smart campuses? Now, Catherine, we're going to start with you because I'm so intrigued to hear the student side on this and what you're doing over that side. So we'll bring you in first on this, and then we also will head over to Alaz after as well. So, Catherine, if you could just unmute your microphone, and yeah, I'm just which emerging technologies are transforming learning experiences on smart campuses. So please jump in.
Yeah, so from what I gather, so I'm currently a student at Hillsborough Community College in Tampa, Florida.
Okay.
And they have this past semester they added I guess a degree on artificial intelligence. And what it
Mhm.
basically is is computer science, but with some of the vision learning and some of the things that you would normally learn at a PhD level.
Okay.
But at a but at an undergraduate community college or junior or sophomore level. So like you have more probability, more I think more statistics, and I think much of that has happened mostly because there's so many programs and so many things that are out here now when it comes to automation that much of our learning has been done outside of the educational environment. Most of it has been done, by people just tinkering around, maybe on like GitHub or like finding different projects to work on and then teaching themselves R, or
Yeah.
using things like edX to take different college courses. And I think now at a community college level, there are more people taking those concepts and making it more accessible, to where people don't have to wait until they enter PhD programs to start programming in AI. So like that's what I've seen when it comes to the future of it, and it's one reason why I've chosen to go back to school and get my degree in it, because I'm one of those people that was able to start projects and start companies without finishing a formal college degree. But now I think colleges are trying to catch up to some of that, and so that's what I've been seeing.
That's so interesting, Catherine. Thank you very much for sharing us that. I think it's so important that AI is taught even at early stages, right? Even like even potentially kindergarten if they possibly can. That might be too young, but the point is the earlier that they get used to using AI, the better. And I definitely think that as AI becomes every part of our everyday lives, and also used for research purposes, whether it's for submitting like exam answers, etc. I do think that is important to be learned, because otherwise a lot of the people are going to be left behind. You could potentially lose your job. Like there's a lot of things that could happen. You might not even be able to get a job, right, if you don't even pass your college and stuff. So there's a lot at play here. And I definitely think what you said is very important. So I'm glad to hear that that's happening at your college, Catherine. Alaz, over to you. What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you so much for the question, Russell. So actually, when I think about what Catherine said, is I totally agree that AI-powered tools are so important when we are transforming learning experiences. But if we would like to talk about the learning experiences, we need to be on the same page with the experiential learning methodologies and gamified learning experiences. So at GatherVerse, we are all about like XR and AI powered learning ecosystem. That what we would like to achieve at the end. And we need to think about that this at the end process for the learning ecosystem. So we are thinking about that like XR and AI and everything has to be collectively working for the transforming the learning experiences, because this is not just about learning. We believe that it's about living the learning experiences. We are like, for example, we are producing the learning management system for the adult learners, but we have to focus on that, how we can bring the group dynamics and learning experiences if we would like to achieve the soft skills at the end of the day. So that's why I believe the power of that's all immersive technologies, and of course with the AI powered learning ecosystems.
Man, that's amazing. It's good to hear that the gamification is being incorporated as well, because that's absolutely important. If you get rewarded for engaging in different learning activities, and you can earn even a token from that or a cryptocurrency or anything along those sort of lines, that I think that's definitely important adding that gamification layer. And I know we could mostly talk about this topic quite a while, because obviously we've got emerging technologies. You know, we haven't even touched, you know, blockchain, NFTs, you know, all the other emerging technologies that are out there too. DAOs, as David saying. So there's a lot of different emerging technologies that we could definitely get into on this question, and I'm sure we could speak about this all day. But there's a lot of other questions to go through, and also I do want to get David and Majitsu in on the conversation too. So my next question, which is, how can students influence the implementation of smart campuses to better meet their learning needs? David, I'll bring you on this question, and it'll be a very interesting question to answer. Oh, you have frozen by the looks of it. No, you're back again.
Oh, hey, Russell. Say the question again. How can students impact their learning?
How can students influence the implementation of smart campuses to better meet their learning needs?
Well, that's a question I haven't thought of before, but I will say the first thing is for students to actually get acquainted with what their learning needs are. And I believe in this near future, we'll probably be very much assisted by AI on that. And you can actually cobble it together right now using ChatGPT or one of the other models, Claude, et cetera, and go through your interests, put your interests in, put some of your goals, and then ask the AI what the learning objectives. So I would suggest starting there as one area.
Your video is.
The other one would be
Sorry, David, just to jump in. Your video is breaking up there. So, yeah, Majitsu, I hand the question over to you. You know, what can students influence? How can students influence the implementation of smart campuses to better meet their learning needs?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think I, for one, personally believe that students have a very active role to play in the implementation of smart campuses. I believe the synergy and the student union government, most universities have the student union government, and together they can be able to pull through, you know, their analogy of what the smart campus will look like. They can also be able to petition the universities to ensure the adoption of smart campuses. They can lead a very, very important role in adoption of policies that can guarantee smart campuses as well. And they can also influence decisions by the university authorities to ensure that these smart campuses are not just set up, but are set up in line with the learning models that's favorable and convenient to the students. So they have a very active role to play in terms of influencing university policies, in terms of also being creative. I think students can also form an AI club or a smart campus interest club to see how they can diversify their interests and bring out innovations to advance more breaking grounds on the smart campuses. So students have a very active role to play in the adoption of smart campuses in various universities.
Do you this is a bit of off topic, but do you think also teachers also play an important role too, or do you think it's more students?
I think a collaborative approach will do.
Collaborative
the
approach.
Students need to, yes, the students need to understand, put forward what they want in the smart campuses, and also teachers who are the brainwork behind the educational materials also need to collaborate with the students to understand, because what smart campuses entail is more or less personalized learning. So without a smooth collaboration between teachers and students, I don't think the framework can be oiled well, it can function well. So teachers have a good role to play as well as the students.
Thank you for sharing that, Majitsu. And I 100% agree with you on all of what you said there. And David, I want to bring you on this question as well. What are your thoughts on all this as well? And what are your thoughts on what Majitsu said also?
Yeah, very well said. I think I'd like to also point to what you said, students can actually form focus groups and things like that. Because I think that's pretty much, and also joint research projects as well. Time to time, these AI institutions approach universities just to get to learn about, what would you love to do. So if students can join in on focus groups, as well as joining on research projects, and as Majidu said, our right, joining clubs as well, right? So, and I think that would be a major role, in crafting a good solution for them, basically.
Yeah, no, I agree, 100%. I could mostly talk about this question all day, but we've got to move on to the next question, which is how does smart campuses disrupt social interactions among students? Now, I think this is a very interesting question. When I first saw this, I was like, that gets me thinking a little bit, especially about Cambridge University and all that. So, Tess, I'll bring you on this question. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think it's kind of going to the other question. Not a lot of schools are smart campuses. Some are not. Some are not fully integrated with immersive learning and immersive situations, especially social interactions. But those that have the digital twins, that you can go and meet with people from all over the world who are actually attending your school that you may not know about. Or being able to go into your digital twin and looking around for those kinds of interactions that you may not have because you're at a far site campus, or you live in Europe and you're attending a school in America. Those are the kinds of things that will help with that. And now it's not face to face anymore. You can get in a headset and have your entire class schedule in that headset, and still interact with your class and still take those classes. So I think, it's definitely going to change the way that we teach. I hope for the better. I know people are very worried about having not as many professors, there's not as many teachers, and so we're not hiring people, but there's still a need. It's just, you need to change your mindset as a teacher. Like, what are you offering, or what are you learning? Kind of like what Catherine said, what are you learning to get there? And to make sure that you're on the cutting edge of all this kind of technology to make it better for your students all around the world.
Yeah, no, I think smart campuses are going to be so important moving forward.
For sure.
It's just the reality and the truth. Obviously, we want to put humanity first at all times, but we also need that sort of educational factor and the smart campuses to that. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, of course, but
Right.
obviously always humanity first. I believe that 100%. So and Lynn just messaged in, said great panel discussion so far. Thanks, Lynn. Thank you very much, Tess. And also Naha said loving this, thanks so much. So we're getting a few comments interested in our conversation, which is amazing to see. Which brings me on to my next question, which is, in what ways can smart campuses improve learners' well-being? Whew, tough question. Who wants to have a go at this one? Yeah, you want to go back in again, Tess? And Alice? Okay, all right, over to you, Tess, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah.
Alice.
So I work with a lot of companies who are kind of on the well-being app side. There's lots of people who are stressed out, or who maybe need to talk to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but they don't have time, or they don't have the opportunity, or that kind of stuff that doesn't present itself. But with a smart campus, you can have different applications. I mean, I use a well-being app every day. It's Relay, and it's fantastic. It's in VR, so I can go in VR if I need to, or I can go on my phone. So it's not a lot of those companies out there, don't have, they're not just strictly one. It's not strictly to your computer. There's like a meeting group that's really nice in VR that you can go and you can meet people because you're, say, a lonely student and you don't know how to go out and meet people, because we're getting into that kind of social dynamic. Where maybe they just don't know anyone on campus. So this is an easy way to go in as a avatar or as your own NFT and kind of walk around a space and at least introduce yourself, but be able to talk to someone without, endangering your well-being. So there's a lot of those kinds of apps that I think, smart campuses will help learners with. I have K-12 schools who use a well-being app every morning just to get their kids ready for the day.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
That is very interesting. Okay. I mean, at least they're not on TikTok, I guess. I'm flicking through going,
It's
You know?
something else. It's something else to make their brain maybe not stressed out about a test or stressed out about the day, and they can kind of relax and forget kind of whatever happened this morning, and then go from there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I hear so many things about TikTok and Instagram. I mean, TikTok's the worst. What do they call it? TikTok brain and stuff like that. And I'm, yeah. But anyway, no, I completely agree with you, Tess, and I love that. I love the fact that that's a very interesting use case, actually. Alaz, over to you. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so for this question, I would like to start with my psychologist background because I'm an organizational psychologist at the same time.
Oh, okay. We're finding something else out. Okay, all right.
So when I think about that question, I would like to be honest to myself first of all. So we believe the power of the co-creation in the session in the learning design. So when we think about the VR or any kind of AI driven tools, that we can think about that like in the perspective of the well-being, that smart campuses can be game changer because when we are talking about the experiential learning, that says that like we can practice with the any kind of tools that because while we are designing that kind of trainings, let's say we are putting the lots of like real scenarios, practices, and like how to transform that information into real life. So when I think about it as a psychologist, like just instead of the screening the TikTok all day, I'm just like wearing my VR and doing the physical activities as well. Even like when I playing the game or testing our laboratories or any kind of events. But if we would like to talk about the learning experiences, of course, trainers can design that like to boost the well-being of the participants, because in the right design, digital tools, any kind of digital tools that use can be foster the sense of community between the students as well.
That's interesting. That is really interesting, Alice. Man, why didn't you tell us that you was a psychologist before?
That's a hidden idea that I'm just using as a like kind of magic.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Alaz. Thank you so much.
Oh, welcome.
Okay, on to the next question, and this is an interesting question as well. What are the privacy and security risks of AI on smart campuses for students? Now, this is a big question, and this is something that actually concerns me as well. But David and Majitsu will bring you in on this. And David, hopefully your internet is good now.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, awesome.
Well, when you're talking about a smart campus, there's all kinds of data that's going to be collected. And the main reason that they want to collect the data is so that...
Oh, we're having these issues again. Majitsu, over to you. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, that's a very good question. I think in the development of the smart campuses, data is one of the foremost elements in development of these systems. And one of the privacy issues that will arise is the fact that most of the student data are being tracked by the school authorities, and it leads to privacy challenges because students' interaction between mediums are being monitored. Because I believe there's a central server to monitor these discussions, to monitor these interactions and all that. So it could lead to privacy issues. Their data could be shared without their consent and all that. So these are high impact privacy challenges that could arise in the use of smart campuses systems and all that. Aside that, we could have the issue of bias. There could be bias in getting their scorecard, their scores in place. For instance, there could be a central marker system in the smart campus system whereby students' results are being sent to. So there could be element of bias if there is no oversight function by humans and all that. So bias also comes into play. And that's why it's very important to ensure that these smart campuses are very well monitored and oversight function by way of human overhead monitoring the interpretation of this smart campuses. Aside that, we could have also the issue of discrimination in admitting students to these smart campuses. Usually, there could be a very high level of discrimination, and these are probably challenges that could lead to misuse of the smart campuses idea. So these are my few thoughts on the issue.
Yeah, no, you've brought up some really big points there. And David, I can see your head nodding. So I mean, let's get you in on this because you wanna go.
So yeah, definitely, I agree with what he has actually said. Pretty much. Another concern would be with cyber attacks, basically, because I think if the system is tracking student behavior, the routine things like that, that could also prone to it could actually raise ethical concerns whereby you could have cyber attacks and the person would actually or the attacker would have access to some really really concerning data about the behaviors of students. Another part, I was nodding my head pretty well, where it's about the discrimination as well, because the way system works is through patterns, right? So in a particular way, subconsciously, right, AI systems, I've written some algorithms in the past where, just even from not knowing, right, biases come into play, and that's because of the data. So if majority of the data is being trained by a particular, user group, then the other user group would actually, definitely be disadvantageous, right, in the process. So I think pretty much what institutions should do would be to enforce really strong data protection policies and also transparency regarding data use so that we can know that there are no potential misuse of personal information and potential breaches from cyber attacks. So I think these are the concerns I'd like to raise as well.
Yeah, I definitely think they should be putting up like firewalls and everything like that, right? SSLs, even two-factor authentication, like basically every single piece of security that you can possibly think of. They need to be incorporating all of that, so then that way, then it makes it as hard as possible for anyone to sort of hack the system or brute force it or DDoS or any of these sort of ways in which they can do that. And, and also like with people using AI now as well, like people can use AI to DDoS. So if you think DDoSing or hacking or whatever was bad before, like think of it at an AI level. Like it's going to be even worse. So you're going to have AI to defend you, and yeah. So when it comes to security, it's a crazy topic to talk about, and I definitely I could quite easily dive into that side because that sort of stuff interests me actually. So, but anyway, next question, which is how can smart campuses promote more collaborative and interactive learning experience? Now, Catherine, if I remember correctly, you are using VR headsets, if I remember correct. Is that right?
Yes, I had a project that I started working on, I think maybe like 5 or so years ago.
Okay.
And the purpose of it was think of like Sims, but just everyday people and like first person Sims, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we put that in a college environment, right? So the purpose of college, the reason why it's more than just classes is that there's also a cultural integration too. When someone goes to college, like they for many people, it's their first time around people from different income levels or different races or different backgrounds. If we incorporate technology into that, if we do it correctly, it might be easier for people in college to get along with each other without facing hardship, right? So sometimes, I guess like the non-technical way of getting people to bond is sometimes making things difficult for them to do, and they have to figure out or problem solve something together, right? When it comes to corporate education, we also use that same concept, and we call that team building.
Okay.
Yeah. When it comes to some of the things that I guess like I've been working on, and if we put it to college campuses, you can do that without, having stressful real life scenarios. Like it's much better to face a stressful virtual scenario, or just to be able to walk in somebody else's shoes virtually without it having any real impacts in the real world.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so that way people can understand and have better empathy, or just learn to get along with people from all different backgrounds easier, and then that makes I think for better discussions when it comes to either like liberal arts subjects, or like history subjects, or like philosophy subjects, because now you have people with a broader background of I think of experiences. Even if those experiences are virtual, it still is somebody's experience that gives them I think a breadth of what to say, or you can have better conversations when you're in a college classroom, and then that improves learning. So
yeah, no, I mean that is very interesting. It's a very interesting use case as well, in that sort of scenario, because I mean, in a way it does, like, in a way it doesn't replace real life, but in a way it does. So you can kind of like get that experience, but at a minimal level. And then if you do face that in the real life in the future, then you know how to handle that, because you might have potentially handled that in the virtual world, in the metaverse. So I think there's a very interesting use case for that. And I'm yeah, thank you very much for sharing that, Catherine. And Tess, I could see you nodding throughout the entire time Catherine was talking. So please jump in if you wish to do so.
Yeah, I think there's lots of students who are like, and it's not just students, it's teachers too, who need to get in VR and be able to talk to each other about, interesting things, or to be able to see things. So I'm working on a project with the University of Texas, and we're going into empathy for cognitive diseases, so that students or dental students can see those sort of kind of cognitive diseases, because we don't see those kinds of things because we don't have those cognitive diseases. So there's like ways where I think students are helping their campus, and this kind of goes into your next question, but kind of collaborate with their teachers, with the outside public, to help the greater good, essentially. So
Yeah.
there's different ways you can help students, kind of. Empathy is a huge thing to be able to understand. And when you can't interact with someone because you maybe, live in a community that doesn't have mixed races, or doesn't have any of those kinds of differences, then it's hard when you move to college to be able to deal with that. You don't know how. And like, it's not that you're biased, or you have ethical issues. It's just that you've never experienced that. So this is a way that you can actually get into those kinds of situations, like Catherine was saying, and be able to experience that, and be able to do it in a safe space. It's essentially a safe space. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, even if you have like strict parents, for example, where they don't allow you to do anything, right?
Yeah.
You're like, you gotta be in at 8 o'clock now. Get in. Right.
Yeah, or it's also a way to experience other degrees. So say your parents want you to be a doctor, and that's all that you've ever known, or whatever. There's a way to go into art and do things, and be able to experience that in life.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, 100%. We don't have much time left because we're coming towards the end of the discussion, but we have about 3 or 4 questions left, so I'm going to fire through these. Lynn just messaged in saying, very informative discussion on smart campuses. Thank you very much, Lynn. And also, if you do want to get your comments in before we do finish the roundtable, then you can quickly send them in. Happy to read them throughout the panel discussion, of course. Right, so the next question, which is, how can smart campuses help students form stronger communities outside the classroom? So what we're going to do is we'll go one per question, and then if we have time at the end, we'll then have like a group discussion on some of the questions as well. So for this one, I'm going to hand this over to David. Bring you on this discussion, and then what we'll do for the next question, or actually I don't know what the next question is, but depending on what the next question is, we'll then do one by one, and then at the end we'll do a group discussion. So David, over to you in this question.
Great, thank you very much. Great question. So when I saw the question pop up, the first thing that came to mind was Facebook, right? Mark Zuckerberg, right? So what was the reason Facebook was built in the very first place, right? It was
Right.
for students, right? Like, to connect. So, I think something like this, right? So having, community platforms, basically social networks within, like, the ecosystem. So not going to connect on Twitter or any other of these platforms, but like platforms that are based for, like, they have a system already, so they can actually embed social networking platforms. They can just take a book from what Mark Zuckerberg did, basically, and I think that would do it. Another thing I want to also mention would be allowing them to connect to nature as well. So having really nice layouts, like campus layouts, like gardens and more of green areas, could actually help them as well. Could just be like, relaxation spots, because I mean they'll be around computers all day. I mean, like, even without smart campuses, we generally spend time around computers, right? They're now introducing smart campuses and all of that. So I think they will be able to connect in this. So it's just for this for a campus to have, like, really nice layouts where people could just go there to, like, chill out and also connect with other people. You know that, okay, this zone, we're not coming with gadgets, right? No VR gadgets here. But like, you're just here to, like, to make to make stronger connections and all of that. So I think basically using the social network platform and also having a very good layout where students can come on to, like, to interact physically, because I mean we can't actually neglect the need for physical interaction in anything, basically. So I think that would literally be how I would advise that should go around, basically.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. Obviously, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, or actually it's not Twitter anymore, it's X, isn't it? But anyway, the point is we all have all these different community discussions in various different places, and even threads as well, actually. It's the best way for us to interact with each other and to socialize. And you can also do a decentralized social media platform, like using blockchain and stuff like that, but that's a whole nother thing. But the point is yeah, I completely agree with you, David. There needs to be some sort of place which people can go to have discussions and go backwards and forwards on, even if it's in the virtual world, potentially, even on the metaverse or something like that, which they can interact in, because obviously that's all about social interactions and stuff too. Seeing a different avatar and everything like that. So yeah, completely agree with you, David. So the next question, which is what new roles could emerge for faculty in a smart campus environment? Now, I want to bring you on this, Tess, because I think you might have some information on this one. So this will be your question. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think digital content creation, having like one teacher for like a whole like 50 schools. You could have one teacher teaching Japanese, or you could have one teacher teaching. There's a lot of, like, in small and rural areas, there's not a lot of teachers who teach like Japanese or teach Spanish, and so it's very hard to find those people. So to be able to utilize a headset and be able to, I guess it's kind of like Zoom, but not having Zoom, and be able to walk around a space that potentially was created by that Japanese teacher, and having those kind of interactions, or bringing in other people. I know there's a couple of teachers who are actually sending 360 cameras out into the world just to get like live demos of like certain kinds of applications.
Oh, wow.
And you have to have those faculty who are very interested in this stuff, and becoming the champions and being able to implement it and being able to get it for their school. There's a lot that'll have to deal with IoT kind of networking, AI. I mean, like, there's a lot of things that faculty can be doing, just like students can be doing. They just need to go out and embrace this kind of stuff, or talk to us, talk to all of the experts on this call, and you know and find out more information. And like Catherine said, I think about the learning to utilize ChatGPT, and understanding kind of how it can help us. And I think David also said it. It's just understanding that kind of concept, to make or break your job, because that's the thing, is a lot of the jobs that we have now, like for faculty and teachers, won't exist in the future. So learning to pave the way forward, I think, is a benefit.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think about the whole sort of AI specialist role, right? Like the AI specialist role is like something
Right.
that's going to be important, whether you're in faculty, whether you're in I don't know, a company, even corporate, etc. So there'll be, yeah, like you said, there will be certain roles which people need to embrace and will have to be a part of. Welcome, Devin, by the way. And we're literally going to be, we've got like 6 minutes left. So Devin, I'm going to have to literally just pull you straight onto one of these questions because we've literally got 2 questions left as well. So this one's for you, which is, what are the challenges that smart campuses face in balancing sustainability efforts?
Thank you for having me, y'all. I do apologize. I was on an overnight project and
well, welcome.
No, absolutely. I didn't want to just say, you know what? No, I got in there last second.
Hey,
so
better late than never. That's my sign.
Absolutely. Some challenges for smart campuses and some of the things they may face sustainability wise.
Yes.
There could be a couple things.
Well, we don't have much time, so you'll have to keep it short.
I'll keep it short. One thing I'll say with the addition of advanced technology within campuses, I'd say energy consumption. Because
that's a good one.
There are new technologies, especially AI, consumes a lot of energy. So I would say there'd be jobs to monitor energy consumption versus energy efficiency, making sure we're running at compatible levels to where it's not overindulging or underindulging, if you will. And that's pretty much all I'm going to say since
I know we didn't have much time. It's okay, Devin. Thank you for joining us anyway. At least you turned up. That's the main thing. So thank you for coming, attending, and being with us here on this panel today. So
absolutely, thank you.
And just to kind of back off to your point, Devin. The servers, chips, everything like that, it's going to consume a lot of power. AI needs constant training with data and everything like that. So there is going to be a lot of power consumption. And that's why the likes of like Google and Microsoft and everything, they're putting a lot of money into that side of things just to have those power facilities to be able to power. I think one of them even bought like a whole solar system as well, which is like 300 acres or something crazy. Just all solar panels. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going a bit off topic. So last question. How would the evolution of student experiences on smart campuses influence future educational frameworks? And I'm going to bring you on this one, Alaz, to finish off. And we've literally got 4 minutes. Well, actually got 2 minutes. But Alaz, quickly, what is your thoughts on this?
All right, thank you so much, Russell. So that was the question I have been looking for actually, because
great.
Because
have you got anything else to hide?
Exactly, because from my perspective, smart campuses are setting the stage for a whole new way of learning. We believe the power of the experiential learning and gamification at the same time. So that's why when we think about the future educational frameworks, student-driven, experience-rich educational models can be more popular, because we are so excited to show the frameworks that emphasize the experiential learning. Not just like students don't just consume the content, they are interact with it or like debate it or apply it into real life. That's the main context we would like to focus on it for the future experiential context. So that's why we believe that power that can be education to be more adaptable or more inclusive, that's so important for the future, and also responsible for the individual needs, because that's also we believe that the co-creation with the students can be more effective for the future faculties. I believe the power of the companies are faster than the faculties, so that's why I see the light in the companies that can be faculty can adapt it for the educational context as well.
Catherine, can you just mute your microphone? We can hear the background. Catherine, can you mute your microphone? Alaz, I completely understand what you're saying. And by the way, we literally got like less than a minute, but I agree with you 100%. I wish we can get into this conversation more. I wish, Devin, we could ask you questions as well, because I'm sure there's lots for you to say. Majitsu, David, Tess, all amazing thoughts that you guys had. So thank you so much for joining us. And Catherine, it was so intriguing to hear the student side as well. So thank you so much for joining us as well. That's all we have time for today, and another amazing panel. And I'm afraid this is the end of the AI in Educational and Workforce Summit for day 1. But join us tomorrow for day 2. And yeah, that is it from me and the panel. Our Gather as well. And Christopher, over to you.
And here we are, afforded another opportunity to be able to meet with one another together. What did we learn? What did we gain? What was expressed? And what will we take with us? I know what I got out of this situation, but what did you get? I wonder, have we said enough? If not, we have a day 2. And as quick as we came is as quick as we leave. Our gather was well. May we meet again.
Not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know